We will now reconvene from closed session to open session. Mr. City Attorney, please provide a readout from closed session.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council is now back in open session, having met in closed session, all members being present for closed session. With respect to item A and B, conference with labor negotiator and public employee employment, deliberation was had by the City Council, but no final reportable action taken in closed session. However, there is an open session agenda item related to this matter. With respect to item C, direction was given to special legal counsel by the City Council, but no final reportable action taken. Finally, with respect to item D, update was provided by myself, but more in the nature of a receive and file, and again, no final reportable action taken. That completes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The special meeting is now adjourned. It is now 6:07 PM, and I call the San Fernando regular meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Patty Lopez.
Present.
Councilmember Victoria Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Joel Fajardo.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mary Solorio.
Present.
Mayor Mary Mendoza.
Present. We have a quorum. All city council members in attendance are physically present, and no members are participating remotely for today's meeting. Madam City Clerk, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Will everyone please rise? Hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
At this order like that. At this time, I will be allowing the regular 5-minute limit with the exceptions on the item number 5, which is the tree lighting, and item number 11 on the policies and procedures due to the nature of the items. And we have we will also have someone from the Mall Association who will be answering some questions on the tree lighting item. So we will have, at this time, it is approval of the agenda, and I would like to request approval to walk on an item that I was made aware of following the posting of the agenda. I would like to discuss and consider potentially extending the mobile Mexican consulate office program services. Is there a motion to approve the item, including the walk-on item?
So moved.
Second.
Or is there a motion to approve the agenda, correct?
This is for the walk-on item.
Okay, motion to approve the walk-on item, yes.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And again, this is for the walk-on item is on the Mexican consulate services. Right. Anyone wishing to make a public statement, please fill out a blue form and submit it to the city clerk. Next item on the agenda is a presentation from the Mexican American Chamber of Commerce, USA. Ms. Keith? Or Ms. Keith?
Madam Mayor, this item was requested to be placed on the agenda item by our council member Lopez.
And I believe we sent a PowerPoint.
Buenas tardes. Apreciable Mari Mendoza, alcaldesa, Mari Solorio, vicealcaldesa, Joe Fajardo, concejal, Victoria García, concejal, Patti López, concejal.
Good evening, Honorable Mary Mendoza, Mayor, and Mary Solorio, Vice Mayor, and Joel Fajardo, Council Member, Victoria Garcia, Council Member, and Patty Lopez, Council Member.
Les saludamos con gusto y agradecemos por brindarnos el espacio de este momento para presentarles el proyecto de la Cámara Mexicana de Comercio USA.
It's a pleasure to greet you all And we are grateful for giving us this opportunity, this moment to be able to present to you the project of the Cámara Mexicana de Comercio, USA.
que tiene como objetivo brindar que toda la comunidad empresarial, no solo mexicana, sino latina que vive aquí en San Fernando, conozca nuestro trabajo y que estamos para ayudarles.
And the purpose of the Mexican Chamber of Commerce USA is to serve not only the Mexican American community around this area of San Fernando, but also the Latino community at large, entrepreneurs, to let them know that we are here to serve them.
La Cámara de Comercio Mexicana USA nació de un sueño compartido.
The Mexican Chamber of Commerce USA was born from a shared dream.
Construir un espacio donde los empresarios mexicanos en Estados Unidos se sientan respaldados, representados y empoderados.
To build a space in which Mexican entrepreneurs in the United States would feel supported, represented, and empowered.
Fundada en marzo de 2025, la Cámara surge como respuesta a la creciente necesidad de fortalecer y visibilizar la presencia de empresas mexicanas dentro del panorama económico estadounidense.
Founded in March of 2025, the Chamber emerged in response to the growing need to strengthen and enhance the presence of Mexican companies within the U.S. economic landscape.
Nuestra historia está tejida con colaboración de profesionales, líderes comunitarios y pequeñas empresas que se unieron en torno a una idea poderosa. El talento mexicano merece más apoyo, visibilidad, herramientas y oportunidades para prosperar en el mercado global.
Our history is woven through the collaboration of professionals, community leaders, and small businesses united around a powerful idea. Mexican talent deserves more support, visibility, tools, and opportunities to thrive in a global market.
Comenzamos con conexiones locales, algunos eventos y grandes metas que hoy estamos construyendo una plataforma nacional de apoyo, donde los emprendedores accedan a recursos estratégicos, mentorías, representación y oportunidades de negocio binacionales.
So we started with local connections, a few events, and ambitious goals. And today we are building a national support platform where entrepreneurs can access strategic resources, mentorship, representation, and binational business opportunities.
Nuestra visión es ser aliado estratégico de los empresarios latinos, promoviendo su impacto positivo en la economía y en la sociedad estadounidense.
Our vision is to be a strategic ally for Latino entrepreneurs, promoting their positive impact on the U.S. economy and society.
Contribuyendo a un entorno inclusivo y diverso.
Contributing to an inclusive and diverse environment.
Aspiramos a construir una comunidad empresarial unida y empoderada,
We aspire to build a united and empowered business community
donde cada emprendedor mexicano tenga acceso a las herramientas y recursos necesarios para prosperar.
where every Mexican entrepreneur has access to the tools and resources necessary to thrive.
Nuestra misión es empoderar a los empresarios mexicanos en Estados Unidos, creando una red de apoyo que fomente el emprendimiento y la colaboración.
Our mission is to empower Mexican entrepreneurs in the U.S. by creating a support network that fosters entrepreneurship and collaboration.
Impulsar las empresas mexicanas promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y responsables.
To boost Mexican businesses by promoting sustainable and responsible practices.
Buscamos ser un catalizador de oportunidades, facilitando el acceso a conocimientos que fortalezcan el desarrollo económico y la competitividad de nuestros socios.
We seek to be a catalyst for opportunities, facilitating access to knowledge that strengthens the economic development and competitiveness of our partners.
Nuestros valores son la colaboración. Fomentamos el trabajo en red y la cooperación entre todos los actores involucrados, creando sinergias que potencien el crecimiento mutuo.
Our values include collaboration. We promote networking and cooperation among all stakeholders, creating synergies that enhance mutual growth.
La innovación. Impulsamos la creatividad y la adaptación a las nuevas tendencias del mercado, alentando a las empresas a adoptar soluciones innovadoras.
Innovation. We promote creativity and adaptation to new market trends, encouraging companies to adopt innovative solutions.
La integridad. Actuamos con transparencia y ética en todas nuestras interacciones, asegurando un ambiente de confianza y de respeto.
Integrity. We act with transparency and ethics in all our interactions, ensuring an environment of trust and respect.
La sostenibilidad. Promovemos prácticas empresariales que respeten el medio ambiente y fomenten la responsabilidad social.
Sustainability. We promote business practices that respect the environment and foster social responsibility.
La solidaridad. Estamos dedicados al desarrollo de las empresas mexicanas, trabajando incansablemente para brindar el apoyo necesario en su camino hacia el éxito internacional.
Solidarity. We're dedicated to the development of Mexican companies, working tirelessly to provide the necessary support on their path to international success.
¿Quiénes somos? Somos una organización sin fines de lucro,
Who are we? We are a nonprofit organization
integrada por profesionales de negocios, expertos en distintas áreas como marketing digital, finanzas, comercio internacional y liderazgo.
and we are made up of business professionals, experts in diverse areas such as digital marketing, finance, international trade, leadership,
Que ofrecen sus conocimientos y experiencias para ayudar a los miembros a alcanzar sus objetivos.
and they offer their knowledge and experience to help members achieve their goals.
Representantes de la comunidad, líderes y activistas que trabajan para fortalecer la presencia y el impacto de la comunidad mexicana en Estados Unidos.
Representatives of the community, leaders and activists working to strengthen the presence and impact of the Mexican community in the U.S.
Promoviendo la solidaridad, la innovación y la responsabilidad social.
by promoting solidarity, innovation, and social responsibility.
Nuestros objetivos son capacitación y formación. Ofrecer programas de capacitación en áreas clave como comercio internacional, finanzas, sostenibilidad y marketing digital.
Our objectives include training and education to offer training programs in key areas such as international trade, finance, sustainability, and digital marketing.
Red de apoyo empresarial. Establecer una red, una plataforma en línea para conectar a empresarios mexicanos, ofreciendo recursos como mentorías y capacitaciones en habilidades empresariales, organizar eventos de networking y establecer un ecosistema de colaboración entre emprendedores, inversionistas, organizaciones y empresarios.
A business support network to establish an online platform to connect Mexican entrepreneurs, offering resources such as mentoring and business skills training, and to organize networking events and establish a collaborative ecosystem between entrepreneurs, investors, organizations, and business owners.
Prácticas sostenibles, impulsar el uso de las estrategias de negocios que respeten el medio ambiente y promuevan la responsabilidad social.
Sustainable practices to promote the use of business strategies that respect the environment and promote social responsibility.
Nuestra propuesta de valor es que la Cámara Mexicana de Comercio USA es un aliado estratégico para acceder a otros mercados. Ofrecemos un ecosistema de apoyo empresarial que promueve prácticas sostenibles y facilita la capacitación necesaria para competir a nivel global.
Our value proposition is the Mexican Chamber of Commerce USA is a strategic ally for accessing other markets. We offer a business support ecosystem that promotes sustainable practices and provides the training necessary to compete globally.
Nuestras estrategias a implementar es el directorio comercial, la red de membresías, programas de capacitación, eventos de networking y promoción de prácticas sostenibles.
Our strategies for implementation include having a commercial directory, having a network for members, training programs, networking events, and also promoting sustainable practices.
En conclusión, este proyecto no solo busca empoderar a los empresarios mexicanos, sino también fomentar un entorno solidario a la sociedad y a la economía estadounidense, promoviendo un futuro más inclusivo y próspero para todos.
In conclusion, this project not only seeks to empower Mexican entrepreneurs, but also to foster solidarity in American society and the economy, promoting a more inclusive and prosperous future for all.
Juntos fortaleceremos la comunidad mexicana y seguiremos contribuyendo al crecimiento económico de Estados Unidos.
Together, we strengthen the Mexican community and we continue to contribute to economic growth of the United States.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Lopez.
Sí, voy a hablar en español primero y luego voy a hablar en inglés. Bienvenida, señora Estrada, a la Cámara Mexicana de Comercio USAID. A la comunidad de San Fernando le agradecemos que se haya tomado el tiempo en pensar en todos los inmigrantes que tienen negocios aquí en la ciudad de San Fernando y en todo el país, porque en estos momentos donde necesitamos personas aliadas, ¿verdad? Que traigan esas oportunidades, este conocimiento, porque ahorita tenemos muchas becas, pero desafortunadamente nuestros negocios que no hablan inglés, que no tienen alguien que los guíe en el proceso, a veces se pierden de esos programas. Así que a nombre de mío, le doy la bienvenida y gracias por todo su apoyo. Si gusta quedarse ahí para que los concejales, no sé si tengan alguna pregunta.
¿Quiere decirlo? You want to say that in
yes.
English?
I can do the interpretation.
Oh, yeah, you can say it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Estrada, for being here with us, for taking your time. We are very grateful. This is a moment where it is so much needed, not just here, but all throughout the country. And there are a lot of scholarships available, but there's some businesses where they are not Spanish speaking, and this is a needed service to help connect people.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? None? Anyone? Okay. Well, and thank you very much. Thank you for coming out and sharing your information with us.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is decorum and order. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the decorum and order?
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the decorum and order admonition for the San Fernando City Council. The City Council, elected by the public, must be free to discuss issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Members of the public attending City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the City Council as set forth in the San Fernando Procedural Manual. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council or while attending a City Council meeting may be removed from the room if the presiding officer so directs the Sergeant of Arms, and such person may be barred from further audience before the City Council. That concludes the admonition, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is public statements. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public statements this evening?
Yes, thank you. This is the time and place for public comments on items on the agenda or other city issues. If there is anyone in the council chamber wishing to speak, please fill out the blue form located on the table in the council chamber's entrance and submit it to the city clerk. When your name is announced to speak, please walk up to the podium to address the city council. Please voluntarily state your name and address and speak clearly and directly into the microphone. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Individuals using interpretation services will be given 6 minutes to ensure non-English speakers have the same opportunity to address the City Council. Please note that the interpreter will pause the speaker frequently to allow adequate time for translating their comments as closely and accurately as possible. Callers wishing to provide a live public comment, please close your YouTube stream of the City Council meeting, as there is an approximate 8-second delay and will interfere with the live meeting streaming to YouTube. When it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by announcing the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Lastly, please understand that the City Council is unable to respond to questions in order to comply with public meeting requirements and must refrain from engaging in any dialogue during the public comment period. City staff will have your contact information and will be able to follow up directly with you regarding your question.
The first speakers we have are Tom Ross, Lupita Gonzalez, and Antonia Escobedo.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Ross. I'm with TechWorks Internet, your local ISP right here in San Fernando. I'm here on behalf of the Downtown Association. It was made aware to me a few minutes ago that you might have some give and take, so rather than me take some of the time, I will defer to our president and say thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Antonia Escobedo. Estoy aquí por la señora Patti López. Estoy haciendo un evento para niñas con capacidades especiales. Em, eh,
My name is Antonia Escobedo, and I'm here with Patty Lopez. I'm doing an event for girls with special abilities.
es el primer evento en el área de San Fernando que se está realizando gracias al apoyo de la señora Patti López y la señora María, que me han estado facilitando las cosas. Espero que todo esto sea un éxito. Están invitados cordialmente a este evento. Son niñas con capacidades especiales, tienen cáncer, no- problemas de visión, autismo, depresiones. Es un evento para ellas, para que se sientan especiales ese día y sea para ellas un gran evento.
So this is an event which we're doing in San Fernando for the first time, thanks to Patty Lopez and Maria, who worked together to make this possible. And so I hope it's going to be a success. And it is for girls who have special abilities or dealing with things such as cancer, vision problems, autism, depression. And it's a day where we hope them all to be able to experience that they are special on this day.
Le voy a dar un poquito de espacio a mi compañera, que es una de las que me están apoyando.
I'm going to give my partner a few moments. She's working with me on this.
Y me despido. Muchísimas gracias, señora Patti. Muchísimas gracias, señora. Y a todos ustedes por este espacio. Se los agradezco de corazón. Y espero verlos el día 1 de noviembre en el Parque Las Palmas de 3 a 10 de la noche.
So once again, I'm going to say goodbye, but thank you to Patty and everybody. I hope we can see all of you on Saturday, November 1st in the Las Palmas Park from 3 to 10.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ofelia. Nada más estoy aquí para apoyar a la señora Antonia y darle gracias a Dios y gracias a ti, Patti, por ese corazón que tienes tan lindo de ayudar y gracias a toda la comunidad y a San Fernando City. Muchas, muchas gracias.
Hi, I'm Ophelia here supporting Antonia, and I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Patty, for your help. I'm grateful to God and thankful for the whole community here and for San Fernando City. Thanks.
Buenas tardes a todo el concilio, miembros del concilio,
Good evening to everybody, to all the members of the council.
representando otra vez a todos los comerciantes esta tarde.
I'm representing business owners again this evening.
Y necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes, los concejales, porque debido a que la mesa directiva nunca nos ha apoyado, no nos ha promovido nunca en varios años.
So we need the support of you once again as a council. The board of directors has never supported us in these last few years.
Necesitamos como más visibles nuestros negocios, con más luces, con más algo llamativo para Navidad, porque es cuando más los negocios pueden vender un poco más.
We need to have more visibility, more lights around our businesses, especially with Christmas time. That is a time where there's more opportunity to be able to sell things.
Especialmente en estos tiempos que están muy bajos las ventas.
Especially in these times when sales are very low.
Yo sugeriría más luces, más visibles los negocios, más promociones, más ayuda a nuestros negocios, porque tengo amigos comerciantes del centro, del mall, que están vendiendo aproximadamente $500, $600 al mes.
So I would suggest more lighting, more visibility, promoting the businesses, helping us more, because I have, there's other vendors who are only selling about $500 to $600 a month in the mall area.
Tenemos varios años siempre con un festival solamente al año,
So for a number of years, we've been having just one festival a year.
y pues necesito su apoyo para hacer más promociones para nuestros negocios.
So we need your support to do more promotions for our businesses.
Más visibles, más luces, más gente que puede entrar caminando más tarde, que sea más luz, más visible cada negocio.
So more lighting, have it be more visible, allow for more people to come later in the evening. That could help the businesses to be able to have more people coming through.
Y espero pues su apoyo y también a los miembros de de la mesa directiva que se pongan a hacer algo por nuestros negocios porque cada año se gastan el dinero en un solo festival al año.
And so we need your support. We also hope from the board of directors we can have more support because all of that money is spent each year just on that one festival.
Y pues espero que se pongan a trabajar
I hope that you get to work
con todos los comerciantes porque ahorita es el tiempo más que podemos levantar algo nuestros negocios.
with all of the vendors because this is our time when we really need to work to be able to lift up our businesses.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thanks.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much for your time and thank you for your attention.
All right, the next speaker we have is Jonathan Canton, Christina Bernal, and Dave Bernal.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Canton. I'm actually here with Antonio Escobedo with the program for the event that we're going to have on November 1st. I think she just forgot to mention what the event is going to be. It's a celebration of kind of like a Sweet 16, a quinceañera for these girls. We have girls with Down syndrome and the ones she specified. Right now we're starting with 5 girls and we're planning on next year just having more of them because we do have a big list, but because this is our first year doing this event, we wanted to start it small just to learn the process and everything. And I just want to thank everybody, and I hope you can support us on this. This is a big event for them. We're just trying to make them feel as special as everyone else. And we thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Short and sweet.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Christina Bernal, president of the Downtown San Fernando Mall Association. I'd like to briefly update you on the work we've been doing this past summer and fall. Work that directly benefits our merchants, strengthens our community connection, and brings measurable results to our downtown corridor. Over the past several months, we have rebranded our Instagram, revitalized our marketing strategy, and launched Sidewalk Series micro events designed to increase foot traffic and community engagement. Our Transformation and Resilience Sidewalk Series in August generated over 16,000 social media views, and our Fall Equinox event in September reached more than 11,000 views, resulting in significantly increased foot traffic throughout the mall. These numbers are not just metrics, they represent real people walking into local shops, supporting local businesses, and contributing to the economic health of our city. Our marketing team has also hosted multiple merchant social media workshops at Fiesta Furniture, which provided critical support to businesses during the challenging summer heat. These sessions focused on how merchants can bring in foot traffic, adapt operations during extreme conditions, and most importantly, keep both staff and customers safe. This kind of practical, hands-on support builds trust and strengthens the foundation of our local economy. That is why the $210,000 fund, the merchants' money accumulated over the years, must be used strategically. These funds are essential to continue social media and website management, administrative and operational upkeep, merchant engagement and capacity building, and ongoing micro events that keep the district active all year long. We also need to invest in infrastructure that lasts: public Wi-Fi, shaded trees, building wayfinding signage, and more. These improvements create permanent benefits, not just one-night experiences. Spending all of the merchants' funds on Christmas decor for a single city-run event would strip away the ability to sustain this progress. It would take away opportunities to build something lasting for the very businesses that built this corridor. Additionally, I'd like to strongly urge that the tree lighting remain in the mall where it has been in recent years. This tradition was made possible by the generous Bianchi family tree donation and has proven to be a strategic move, bringing people into the heart of the shopping district. The mall is the epicenter of downtown, and keeping the ceremony here ensures that both the community and businesses benefit. Let's continue to build momentum, not deplete it. Let's invest in lasting improvements that uplift small businesses and honor the merchants who built this district. Thank you.
Ready, go. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents. My name is Dave Bernal, resident and business owner here in San Fernando. I'm here to comment on agenda item number 8. The tree lighting ceremony should be held in the San Fernando Mall. A tree was donated by the Bianchi family, which my wife alluded to, who has had their business in the mall for many decades and serves as a perfect area for this celebration as it's in the heart of the San Fernando Mall. As most people know, it's on the corner of San Fernando and Maclay, smack dab in the middle of our business district. As far as using up to $210,000 for purchasing decorations for the mall, I believe we're putting the cart before the horse. That money was raised through the hard work of the organizers of the outdoor market to increase much-needed foot traffic through marketing, micro events, business outreach, and an increased social media presence. As you all are aware, marketing is a necessary tool for the success of businesses of all types, not to mention a free event to the hardworking families of this community to come out and enjoy what our downtown has to offer. I would like to ask the council to reconsider using those funds that were earmarked for marketing for the downtown and its mom and pop businesses for a one-day celebration outside of the mall area and keep the tree lighting where it belongs in our downtown. Not to mention, I think somebody before me alluded to how important lighting is or decorative lights are. Once you guys do your walk the block events, if you haven't done it in the mall yet, I suggest that you do, because after 5 o'clock, that place is a ghost town. So to say that putting up some Christmas lights is gonna generate people to your businesses, that's just not true, because everybody is closed. The whole mall is closed. We have no activation. Once the sun goes down, the place is dead. There's literally 3 businesses open in a 2-block radius. So maybe a slight exaggeration, maybe it's 5, doesn't matter. At any rate, we have 100 more things that we need to get done in that mall before we start putting, using all that money for a one-time celebration with Christmas decorations. Everybody doesn't even celebrate Christmas. So I don't think that's the best idea for that right now. I think that's, like I said, putting the cart a little bit before the horse. When we get to a point where the mall is successful and we have all the foot traffic that we want and actually making money for these mom and pop businesses, then let's start talking about doing some decorations for different holidays. Thank you guys for your time.
Next speaker we have is Gavin McKiernan, Paulina Torres, and Priscilla Estrada.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm speaking on item number 6 about changing the date for the 1 mile run. My name is Gavin McKiernan. I live in Long Beach, California, and I'm here with Mercury Events, who's been proud to organize your mile race last year, and we also were involved in overseeing the relay race that used to happen at the park as well. And this year we had a number of scheduling things that happened in the area where the Oscars had moved up their date to an earlier date than historically. So they moved on to the LA Marathon's date. So that moved the LA Marathon to a week earlier than they normally are. And while this event here in San Fernando, the mile run, is not yet as big a deal as the Oscars and the LA Marathon, it currently can't quite battle those types of events and the exposure and the amount of people that bring those in. So recommending, and as you see, the city staff's recommending as well, that we move up the event by a week to February 28th, because with the LA Marathon going on, they get 25,000 marathoners, 5,000 or 6,000 people in their 5K on that same weekend. And it's not just the 30,000 people that participate. Thousands of other people are out there cheering, volunteering, just paying attention to their friends and their training partners and things like that. And having the event on the same weekend as the LA Marathon would ensure a very small turnout of really just a few, very local people, and diminish the ability to reach out to a larger audience throughout the area. So I urge you to vote yes on that agenda item. Thanks for your time.
Hi, Council. Good evening. My name is Paulina Torres. I am the Field Deputy for Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. It is great to see you all. I wanted to start off by following the theme of small businesses. Our LA County has a fund currently open up to $5,000. I believe up to $2,500 for those that are street vendors or have businesses within their homes. The deadline is the 31st of October, so it's coming up. But I do want to encourage folks, you know, from the Mall Association, the businesses here in the city of San Fernando, the greater San Fernando Valley to apply. Again, the deadline is the 31st of October. I would like to clarify, see how or if the city of San Fernando would be able to promote this kind of fund. I know that sometimes it feels like it's internal within the Board of Supervisors, and, you know, I try to go to these meetings and, you know, expand the understanding, but sometimes the message can get lost, and I totally get it. But yes, would love some clarification after additional talking points. Anyways, I also wanted to let you all know the Supervisor Horvath has, or petitioned a motion that passed for the state of emergency for immigration. This, similar to the state of emergency that was passed in January when the fire started in the Palisades, it allows the county board of supervisors to expedite some things, make things go faster, make it go quicker because it is an emergency. Along with that, the county of LA will be starting the rent relief program around the middle of December. We're still waiting to get some information like flyers, the full eligibility of what that will look like. If you are a nonprofit and you have you know, reach within the broader community, please let me know. We're looking again to partner with nonprofits when it comes to this kind of a disbursement of information. We understand that government is not always trusted, and we again, I hear that. So we are looking to lean on members of the community. I know you all are very involved, aside from this council, to make sure that people apply. This is going to be up to $15,000 in rent relief, up to 6 months. There is no documentation status required. It's going to be open. It is meant to go to the landlord. So it's not meant to go to the tenant, which would exempt them from like putting this on their taxes, you know, essentially causing them to be maybe not eligible for some other aid that they have. So I wanted to clarify that because that's been a concern in the community as well. Since I know a lot of the folks that will be applying are already low income and are receiving other aid that they desperately need, and we don't want this to be a reason why they don't get other aid. I also wanted to let you all know, maybe next time. Thank you.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish, please.
Thank you. Again, with state of emergency with the fires that started earlier this year, Supervisor Horvath has also motioned for the creation of the Office of Emergency Management. So initially, I come from the research background, we do initiatives. So first it's an initiative, then it becomes something that's more tangible. In government, now it's gonna be an office. So there's gonna be an assessment that's gonna be coming back from the Board of from County Council that will assess and help us understand what it's needed to create that department or that office. So obviously when you have an office, you have to have an executive director, you need to see how many people you're gonna hire, all these other things that are needed in order to get the ball rolling. So I want to let you all know that is coming, so there will soon be a Office of Emergency Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Priscilla Estrada. I am the co-owner of San Fernando Fitness, located on 201 South Maclay Avenue. I am also a board member of the Downtown San Fernando Mall, where my family and I have been proudly serving this community for almost 14 years. I was born and raised right here in San Fernando, actually born at the old Pacifica Hospital, which is no longer called that. And I like to always joke that this city just can't get rid of me. And truthfully, I don't want it to. Growing up, I always had to explain where San Fernando was. People would say, "Oh, you mean the valley?" And I'd say, "No, there's actually a city named San Fernando." And that's partially one of the reason why I started the San Fernando podcast, to tell our story, highlight our history, and remind people that we're not just a small city. We're a community with deep roots and pride. When we hosted the outdoor market and our annual tree lighting ceremony, downtown came alive. These events gave families a safe, joyful space to gather, shop, local, and connect. My business has personally benefited from every single one of those events. Each market and tree lighting brought new faces through our doors, new members into our gym, and a renewed sense of energy and hope to this community. Our team has always been active and engaged because we love our city, and we've seen firsthand how these events unite people and spark local business growth. The Christmas tree lighting that that Christmas tree that stands in the center of our mall was donated by the Bianchi family, the oldest business in the mall, which is San Fernando alone. It's not just a decoration, it's a symbol of tradition, family, and community pride. It represents all of us who have stayed, invested, and believed in the potential of the downtown area. That's why I'm here tonight. To respectfully ask that the council not move forward with the using the Malls Association's assessment funds for lighting or decorations outside of the mall area. These funds are meant for marketing, promotion, and beautification within our district, and we've carefully planned projects that will directly support our local businesses and community. We finally support keeping the tree lighting ceremony the same as previous years, involving the Lopez Adobe because it worked. It brought joy, pride, and togetherness to the heart of San Fernando. At the same time, I believe this is an opportunity for us to strengthen our partnership by updating the MOU between the city and the Mall Association. It hasn't been revisited since the 80s, which is longer than I've been alive. And I say this not as criticism, but as a collaboration and opportunity
you.
for us to work together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is, excuse me for my pronunciation, Arat Martinez. And following is Yvonne Pena.
Good evening, council member. My name is Arit Martinez, and I own a shop here in San Fernando, 1042 San Fernando Road, House of Dress. And every outdoor market and Christmas tree lighting event has directly helped my business, bringing more people downtown, more sales, and more life to our community. These events work. They unite families, support small business, and make San Fernando shine. Please allow the Mall Association to keep using our funds for marketing and events within our direct, and we can continue growing together. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Yvonne Mejia Peña. I am a resident and business owner here locally in the city of San Fernando. I'm here to voice my concern over item 8 on today's agenda, specifically regarding the funding allocation. Obviously, the tree lighting is a tradition through and through here that I honor in the city of San Fernando. I remember going to one as a child, and I hope that we can continue those traditions. But I do think that spending funds or actually depleting funds from a mall association allocation would be a very irresponsible move, just because those funds have been raised over several years by several businesses. It would be irresponsible to just use it on one single night, especially when those dollars should, as others have mentioned, should be earmarked for marketing, promotional purposes, but more importantly, actual capital investments that could support and uphold the safety issues that we see in the downtown area. I strongly consider that you reassess the way that those funds are allocated. Thank you again for your time this evening.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull items for discussion?
I'm going to pull item number 5.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved to approve the
The other? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, I'm gonna actually, I'll move to adopt resolution number 8413, approving the creation of a new social media policy. 'Cause that's not one that I was gonna ask questions about. So I make that motion.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. In regard to resolution number 8414, I had some minor edits. I didn't provide a red line track change version. I don't know if it will be tedious to go over them, and so I'm wondering if the council would like to move that to the end of the meeting or to the next meeting. I could provide that, so it'll be really simple and clear. It's not a lot, but it's not like lines, so we'd have to go by paragraph. And so would you guys be okay with end of the meeting or next meeting?
We could do it next meeting. Yeah.
No?
I'll
Like a
ask,
lot of, there's a number of people waiting from the mall.
Yeah,
She's saying
I
it's
want to
gonna take
give
a
them
long
an
time.
opportunity.
Oh, it's gonna take long, you're saying?
Yeah.
It might
Yeah.
be tedious.
Oh, okay, got it.
Could do it
Sure,
on the
end of
next meeting.
is fine for me.
Yeah, or next meeting, we'll see how it goes at the end, and if we're already late, then we'll do it on the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so then, here. You don't want item 10, right?
No.
No,
That's it
okay.
already.
Okay, so we are on item administrative reports at this time. Discussion and consideration to approve the second reading and adopt ordinance number 1737, amending Division 3, General Municipal Elections of Article 2, City Council of Chapter 2, Administration of the San Fernando Municipal Code to change the city's general municipal election date from the statewide election to November of even-numbered years to the statewide election dates that alternates between March and June of even-numbered years beginning June 2nd, 2026. Ms. Kith, please provide presentation.
Madam Mayor, this item was presented to the council at the last meeting, and there was a vote for 3-2, and that's the reason why this is not on consent. So this is just a reading of the second ordinance by title. And if the council want a discussion or take a vote, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions or comments on this, or is there a motion?
I move the item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next item is discussion and consideration to approve designating area adjacent to the Lopez Adobe. Oh, no, that's not the wrong one. Right, we have, let me see, where do I have this? This is number 8. And I'm going to refer this one to Ms. Kith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item, the council this evening received a supplemental report from staff recommending that after the release of the staff report, staff receive additional information about the holiday tree lighting and the tree donation that was donated to the city back in 2020, I believe. And based on that, staff recommends that we keep the holiday tree lighting for this year at the downtown mall and host a holiday night market along with, just like how we've done in the past, to continue that tradition for this year and as an annual city event. And this will also require council approval for us to host this, including temporary closure of San Fernando Road between Brand Avenue and San Fernando Mission Boulevard. The supplemental report also asks direction from council now that this is in the mall if about installing new tree lighting and holiday decoration. I mean, I guess to address some of the comment that came up, the additional fund that staff is proposing to be used is really just to install string lights on the palm trees and the crepe myrtle trees in the mall area. And those lights will be staying on all year long. It would not be for a one-time use. And the fund will not be used for hosting the tree lighting. The tree lighting has already been a separate allocation in our general fund. This was just proposing to, intent was to beautify the mall, to have additional lighting in there, and to include additional holiday decoration that we will purchase and use not only for this year, but several years down the line. That's the request, and that's what the direction that staff is looking for from council this evening, is to get approval from council to host a holiday tree lighting at the mall with closure of San Fernando Road with a holiday night market. And then the second part is adding lighting into the mall. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Fajardo?
Yes, were we going to have some comments from the mall themselves? I know we had them at the public comments, but are there representatives here to speak?
Madam Mayor, I did invite the president, Christina, and I think she mentioned she wanted Adriana Gomez to come and speak with her on this item too.
Well, so I would like to let the council know that everybody who is on the board, can you please stand up here and make yourself known? So I have quorum here. I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 people from our board here tonight.
Okay, thank you. And your role as president, and Ms.
How many members are there?
What's
How
that?
many members are there on the board?
13.
13.
Great. And so you are president, and Ms. Gomez's role is you're vice president. Thank you for clarifying that. And who gets membership on the board? How does one get on the board?
Well, are we talking about the tree lighting, or are we talking
I am. I'm trying to understand how you mentioned the people here, and so I'm trying to understand how this is comprised.
If I can speak, if I can just speak, I think it's disingenuous to start asking those questions, Mr. Fajardo, when we have been trying to meet with you for the past year to update our MOU.
We've had meetings.
You are aware, we've had one meeting. You are aware that we've submitted our bylaws. Ms. Kith has our bylaws. All the information is there. The way that the board is made up right now is that people, for example, Ms. Araid is a brand new board member that we would be bringing on. They have to be members, business owners, or be on the mall. And there is, it's in our bylaws. I don't know it by heart, but anybody who wants to be on the board is welcome to apply to be on the board. We obviously have a number, but I just want to put it out there that we have been meeting. We've been trying to meet. We've been trying to update this MOU. This MOU is from 1984. The Ordinance 973 is from 1968. Those fees and that ordinance has not been updated since then. In 1968, we did not have the Starbucks Center. We did not have the CVS Center. So many things have changed, but yet we're still living in a 1968 and 1984 agenda. And we'd love to update it. We've been trying to get it updated, but I'm not sure why.
Okay. And again, that MOU is not in question today, but I'm fine with you talking about it because it does all interrelate. And as I asked about the membership, for people who don't know how it's comprised, that's simply why I asked. So yes, some of these questions will have some background on some context with them. And so the mall is not opposed to obviously having the tree lighting ceremony in the mall. A number of people spoke about keeping it there. And from my understanding is that in November of 2020, though, the mall did ask, or the mall association rather, did ask for around $40,000 for tree lighting. And obviously I understand that $40,000, okay. Can you explain, Ms. Kith or Ms. Melton? I was under the impression that there was some kind of request about 5 years ago where they had requested lighting for the mall. And perhaps it wasn't related to the tree lighting.
The $40,000 that was requested was for the overhead lights. That's the mall lighting.
Okay.
That was the cost of that.
Okay.
That would be a reimbursement, though, of the mall association funds.
If I may, can
You may, yeah.
address the funding issue.
Okay.
Because in my opinion, nothing that is on this is something no one wants. The issue, however, is that the city, according to our read, is merely the conduit by which the fees are then given to the association. The association's job by the ordinance itself is to determine of its membership what are the best uses of these funds to promote, enhance the downtown association. And we have tried to do that. To answer your other question, we have outreached many, many, many times to businesses. But as you know, when a business has, 3 employees and one of them's the owner, coming for a morning meeting is difficult, if not impossible. An evening meeting is difficult. They don't want to come at lunch. We represent those businesses who are able to meet, not who we want on the board. We have tried to get more people many times. We encourage you to encourage people to sit on the board. It is that difficult. So 13 people on the board for us is huge. It comes out of COVID and how we moved forward. We were successful with the outdoor market. The reason you have over $200,000 in that fund is because we, through our efforts, supported ourselves through the income from the outdoor market so we could accumulate enough funds knowing that after COVID, the tax dollars would not be enough. So we spent years working ourselves and making the money ourselves. We did not spend any money for those lights out of our money because it was 2020. The outdoor market just started soon after that. So I think it's important to understand our sincerity here and our eagerness to do the right thing. It is a slap in the face to tell us you're going to take those funds and use them without our consent or input. And all of them, not just we're going to take $10,000 and help you promote. No, we're going to buy these lights and your entire stockpile is gone. We have no staff. No one gets paid. We pay our subcontractors. So it really is important to us to work with you, not in this adversarial way. It's designate someone to meet with us all the time. It would be awesome. How do we get proper attention is the big question. Because frankly, that mall event we had was beautiful. We want to do more of those. We want to do what's right for the community. Please help us.
Thank you. And you did bring up, and you are correct, Ms. Gomez, that we met once. We did invite you a second time. I don't know if it was you or Ms. Bernal or both, but at that time, I believe you were not able to make it, and so it ended up just being a meeting amongst the ad hoc and Lupita.
I think it was the night before, and then we've tried to meet prior, and I think Patty, I think you couldn't make it to at the last minute as well. We were here waiting, and yeah, there's been several times that we've tried to meet.
Okay. But you do bring up a good point about the outdoor market. And that's honestly why I'm a little confused that you have the response that you do. And I don't want to misquote either of you when we met. Obviously, I want you to speak for yourselves. But I was at least under the impression from when we had that ad hoc meeting at which you attended that the reason that you weren't using those funds or requesting funds from us is that you had received funds from the outdoor market. Is that understanding? And that seems to be supplemented by what Mr. Ross has said today, but is my understanding incorrect on this?
No, you are correct.
Okay,
You are correct, except those funds have now been expended.
okay.
The market funds, correct.
Got it. Ms. Kith, do you happen to have a copy of the map that we used during the ad hoc to see a little bit more about this outdoor market? If you can put that up.
Sure, let me email that to the clerk. Can I email that to you, Julia?
Just one more note. I think it's fair to say that the way the ordinance is structured and has been structured since the 60s and 80s, the amount of money that is assessed has never changed. And yet, through the miracle of inflation, the amount of things you can buy with that same amount of money has shrunk. So, as the mall has planned many infrastructure projects, we have realized that we can't on our annual budget of 30,000. You just, what are you going to do? We can't hire anyone. We can't, to get one person to do a year's worth of marketing, which is important, will cost more than the entire budget that we receive each year. So you see the importance of having a supplemental income and stockpiling enough cash so that at a certain point, when you need something, you have a cushion. So as a business, which is the way we run it, we have done what we think is prudent by not spending where we didn't need to and building a reserve. That reserve was for the association to use and no other source.
So what supplemental income are you referring to?
The outdoor market.
Okay, so that's
That
what we're,
is our only source of supplemental income,
got it.
which until much recently has been removed from our ability to function.
And how was this outdoor market set up? I understand that it was passed by the council. Here's at least my understanding, and you may correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I love when you come forward with new information. Now, my understanding is that council passed this with the interpretation that it was going to allow San Fernando businesses during COVID to be able to promote their businesses on the street. And again, I have this assumption not just because of what staff told me. I actually went back to two of my former colleagues, former Mayor Ballin and former Vice Mayor Pacheco, and asked them what they voted for. And that was at least their interpretation. But this ended up being something that was a bit different. And I want to see if I can just have some more background information on how it was set up. I guess which council members supported it in its current or in the state in which it materialized, where it's mostly non-San Fernando businesses promoting themselves.
Sure, I can say what I remember. It happened during COVID, and the restaurants basically you couldn't have people indoors, and so what happened was the city had to bring the restaurants out into the street, and by doing that, we shut down the city shut down the street. Eventually, we decided, well, why not bring in more vendors and more things outside to make it more of an event? So as COVID the restrictions started to loosen, the city manager at the time was in favor of that as long as the restrictions allowed, and it grew. And a lot of the local businesses did come out. I believe Manzanitas is still recently was coming out. Chula Chic was coming out. Tanch Fit was coming out. The business on McClay, the apparel company, I forget the name right now. But we had quite a few of the businesses that were coming out into the mall.
Got it. But you kind of have to jog the memory. I mean, I see 128 spaces on here, if I'm reading this correctly. And you kind of have to jog one's memory to find out which San Fernando businesses were promoting there versus non-San Fernando businesses. And obviously, all of us shop from time to time at non-San Fernando businesses. That's just the way that commerce is. But which council members were responsible for helping set up this system where it was non-San Fernando businesses who were primarily marketing in the mall?
I don't know.
Okay.
This was a very organic market that started.
Mhm.
It started with a conversation with Nick Kimball, former manager. We were closing the street every week for the restaurants. We were getting some concerns from some of the other shops. So we said, okay, will you let us have it once a month, and bring in vendors. At that time, it was only half the block. Organically, it grew. We invited not just San Fernando businesses, we invited other businesses, other vendors. It was always the city was always aware of that, because Public Works was obviously closing the streets for us. And kind of it just grew organically. The Mall Association was doing it at that time. It grew beyond what we could support as volunteers. We hired GEC Events.
Right.
GEC Events took over the coordination of the entire area.
Right.
At times, there were businesses from the mall that would participate. And that's kind of just how it grew.
Okay.
It was organic. I don't believe that I don't remember um, going to a council meeting and asking for permission or it being that's my recollection.
Okay.
And I know that former council member Montañez was extremely in support of it. In fact, she even gave the Mall Association an award for that, for the founding of the market. So it just was something that happened organically, and we tried to be as inclusive as possible with as many vendors. And a lot of the vendors may not have been San Fernando businesses, but they were San Fernando residents who were having, like Aguas Frescas by Liz, for example. She has a vending service, and little batches. So it was not necessarily San Fernando businesses, but also San Fernando residents
Right.
who could also do something like that. But we never had, for example, there was never a conversation where so many San Fernando businesses. I know that My Valley Pass and GEC Events tried its best to make sure that as many were included. And if there was a San Fernando business that wanted to be included, they absolutely were included.
So I know that started off small and then it grew from there. And so are these 128 spaces accurate? Is it safe to assume that somewhere between 100 and 128 were probably filled per outdoor market?
I don't ever remember ever having up to 128 spaces. I think that those might be numbering because we had to have fire lanes between some of the spaces. So for example, on the right side, there could be 2 spaces, and they might be red. I
Got
don't
it.
know.
Some of them are red.
Yeah,
So
so
that's-
those are spaces where they were just, you could walk through.
At its peak, it was approximately 100 spaces, correct?
Max 100, yes.
Right. And then some of them paid $100 per event. Some of them paid, I think, $150, and then I think the maximum was probably $200, correct?
Very early on, they were free, and then they were $25, and then they went to $40, and then the prices increased incrementally. They were never always 100 or 125.
Got it. And so this is kind of the problem that I have with Mr. Ross's statement that the mall has to have more income. And I understand that we have to have more sales for our businesses. That I think is well understood amongst the city. But so let's just say that 100 spaces were rented out. Let's say for whatever reason, no one rented out the $150 space, no one rented out the $200 space. Let's just give the benefit of the doubt. There weren't many profits that came in. Even with 100 spaces rented, only at $100, that would be $10,000 of gross revenues to the mall. 100 times 100, I mean, is my math wrong?
Yes, it is. No,
Wait.
so we,
Gross, yeah.
no, we actually, part of our collaboration with GC Events, they did not put on the events for free. So
Of course,
we split that fee with them. On average, it was about $2,500 profit to the Mall Association per market. We also had to pay marketing, we had to pay the restrooms, we had to pay workers to clean up the street, and we had to pay walkie-talkies, we had to pay entertainment. So net profit to the Mall Association on average was about $2,500.
And I completely believe that you have overhead expenses. I don't anticipate that anyone would do this for free. But even if we just say that the gross revenues, whether it went to you or split with other people, were $10,000, give or take, might have been a little bit less, might have been a little bit more. One of the issues with referring, 'cause Mr. Ross, you brought this up, but one of the issues with referring back to this as an added source of revenue is that it costs the city about $11,500 per event. I understand that some of that is soft costs. I think it's something like around $3,500. Let's just say it's $4,000. So in order for the mall to get $2,500 a month, it means that the city must spend, whether it's through soft costs or hard costs, $11,500 a month. And then so to say that this is a correct source of revenue for the mall to come to us in good faith and say that we took away their source of revenue, we took away a system where we were paying $11,500 for you to get $2,500. I can't imagine that taxpayers believe that that's fair.
I would agree with you under normal circumstances, but it was approved by council to do it. That was number one. Number two, we also went through the exercise of installing bollards in the street to prevent the cost ongoing. Now, I know that you would prefer to have Public Works park a truck there and have somebody stay there too, but it would be cheaper if you didn't. And I get it. And we offered to bring in our own security, and we did at some point. But other cities, for example, Ventura never opened their street after COVID. It's still closed. They have permanent bollards in the street. It's still walkable all the time. No one complains. It's just the way it is. So the question is, why are we at loggerheads? If, for example, we were meeting monthly or quarterly with you, this wouldn't be an issue. It's a matter of how can we bring ourselves together to, okay, you're spending 40 grand. How do we make that cheaper? How is it okay with you and staff and everyone involved to make it okay to not spend that money? That's the big question. Because we don't want you to spend 40 grand on this event. It's stupid. Why does it cost that much? Would you like to itemize for me what the costs are? Because we didn't spend that much on the event. Why does the city spend that much? It seems excessive. I'm just saying.
Well, I
Anyone?
Councilmember Fajardo, I'm going to let some of the other council members speak.
Well,
I know
if-
you have more questions, but maybe they'll.
I can just make one last comment on the value. The contract that was recently signed with GEC, My Valley Pass, they put on great events and they do great work. It was a similar kind of transaction. The city pays for the closure of the street at the city's cost. My Valley Pass was paid $25,000 to do the Discover San Fernando, and they get to keep 100% of the revenue of each market. Similar type of situation, except now you're doing it with the third party and not with a mall association who's in San Fernando.
Let's just do a point of clarification. City manager, does My Valley Pass keep any of the money that is made from the events?
No, so in our contract, we get a portion. I'll turn it over to our assistant to the city manager to talk about that.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor and council members. So just to clarify, per event, per our contract with My Valley Pass, at each event, the city receives $5,000 in revenue directly to help serve and build the Discover San Fernando marketing campaign. And then the remaining revenues are shared with My Valley Pass.
Shared, or so they get anything over 5,000?
Per the current contract, yes.
And once you've reached the $25,000 contract, do they get everything above that?
No, the $25,000 was an upfront cost that was agreed to in the contract as a one-time payment.
So once the 5,000 is paid back every time, does 100% of it go to them?
So the contract that we have is not just to do the Discover San Fernando website, it's also to do the monthly event as well as other quarterly business support that include Shop Local San Fernando, Taste of San Fernando, similar to Dine LA. We're planning to launch that here, and My Valley Pass will also be doing other monthly business events, small business support. So the idea is that the money that we get from My Valley Pass is to be reinvested back into supporting small business throughout the city, not just the mall area or any location. So I just want to make it clear that that was intended to support all the business in San Fernando. So part of what they're also doing is promoting all of our local business on social media and help bring more foot traffic to the business here in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, well, let me share with Adriana and Lupita that I already asked our administration to coordinate that meeting with you. I'm open to meet, anytime. I feel like both sides are really care for the city of San Fernando, and it's the time. And it's so disappointing that almost 40 years and we still not updated the MOU. I don't know what the other council members and mayors did or not did at the time, but 40 years. That's why, I'm so happy that I'm here, and try to do something with a council member Fajardo, because I feel like, in the city of San Fernando, we know each other and we know who care for the city. And maybe we not agree on, 100%, but I see you hard work, like Lupita, like Adriana, and believe it or not, we working really hard. Council member Fajardo and myself, but I invite, Lupita now in public so she can hear.
Quiero comentar algo.
Ay, disculpe, estoy hablando. Todavía no termino de hablar. Dame un momentito y ahorita te doy. Lo que quiero hacer, y lo estoy diciendo en español para que lo entiendas, desde que comencé a estar aquí, yo pedí al consejo de que tuviéramos esa reunión contigo y con Adriana, porque yo no quiero tampoco que piensen que estamos a favor de un grupo o en contra de otro grupo. Tenemos que trabajar juntos para el beneficio de todos. Y no es quien tenga más poder o no más poder, es cómo vamos a beneficiar a todos los negocios de la ciudad. Lo que te invito, Lupita, para que cuando tengamos la reunión con Adriana, nos sentemos. Porque aquí no es cuestión de yo tengo el poder, tú tienes el poder o ella tiene el poder. Aquí estamos discutiendo que se va a gastar $200,000 solamente en una fiesta. Y eso me preocupa, ¿verdad? Pero igual que ustedes, apenas nos estamos enterando de esto, ¿verdad? Y claro que vamos a hacer la mejor decisión para que todos se beneficien, no solamente un grupo. ¿Le puede traducir, por favor?
So, just so you can understand, I've said it in Spanish. We are not here to benefit one or another group. We are here to work together. We're talking about an amount of $200,000 for just a festivity. We're trying to make the best decision as possible. And we can sit down and speak about it. We're just finding out today, just as you are. So, we're not here to empower anyone else. We're not in favor of any other group, or one group or the other, but we are here to discuss this matter.
And also, I just say I'd invite Lupita and Adriana to sit together and looking how we can collaborate for the benefit for the whole business. Because you represent one group, Adriana represents another group, but in between you guys are also another group of people. They're not represented, and they might not want to come and speak in public, but they pay the taxes and they care for the city of San Fernando. So I'm gonna just ask Adriana, maybe for the next meeting, if we can meet, if you can bring the bylaws and the budget, so we can start, in good step for next year to finalize the MOU. Thank you. Yes.
Lupita wanted to,
Yo puedo contestar la pregunta que hiciste, señor Joel Fajardo.
I would like to answer the question that Mr. Joel Fajardo had previously asked.
Pero la presidenta del mall lleva varios años siendo miembro del mall.
The mall's president has been the president for many years in the mall.
Y están diciendo que hicieron dinero en la outdoor market. Yo hice un mapa de los books y fueron 80 books. Se cobraba alrededor de $150, $200. Lo que acumulaban el outdoor market eran $13,000 por un sábado, como usted dijo, señor concejal.
Now you're saying that they made money off of the outdoor markets. I remember they made about $80 and they were charging, about $150 to $200. I remember on Saturday they made up to $13,000.
El problema aquí que nunca enseñaron lo que se acumuló y lo que se cobró por 4 años y dañando el mercado de nosotros.
The problem is that they never proved what they had collected and charged, and that was hurting our businesses.
Están diciendo que el dinero que juntaron la mesa directiva no es de ellos, es 1% de cada licencia, de cada negocio alrededor de toda el área de comercio de San Fernando. No es solamente de la mesa directiva, es de cada negocio de nosotros, 1% se acumula al dinero de la mesa directiva. Eso yo lo sé por años.
So the money that has been collected is 1%, and it's been collected from every business there in the mall, and I've known this for many years.
Ahora el problema es que no nos promueven y no nos ayudaron esos 5 años, se está dañando el mercado.
And the problem is that you guys are not promoting us, and they haven't for the past 5 years, and it's hurting the market.
Ustedes pueden ver que hay una acumulación de $243,000 por la acumulación de $70,000 por año por cada año de licencias de todo el mall, de todos los comerciantes y negocios, no nomás la mesa directiva.
So there is an accrual of $243,000, $70,000 per year from each business, from each license.
que prueben aquí enfrente de nosotros o que nos reúnan a toda la mesa directiva que nos reúnan y nos muestren lo que se ganó 4 años en la marqueta pública donde dañaron el mercado con vendedores ambulantes que no nos beneficiaban.
So I would like for you guys to show us what was accumulated from the public market, during the public market, from the street vendors that were no benefit to us.
Ahora que viene el Trail Lighting, están preocupadas por colectar otra vez $70,000 para gastarse en un solo festival al año que nos promueven.
And now you're so worried of collecting these $210,000 for the tree lighting that is not promoting us?
2,000 seguidores el outdoor market a nosotros no nos benefició.
The 2,000 followers of the outdoor market was not a benefit to us.
Yo personalmente no hacía $20 un sábado en día de outdoor market.
I personally wouldn't even make $20 on the outside market.
Con un solo cliente cuando hago 10, 15 clientes al día.
With a single client when I usually have about 15, 20 clients.
El dinero que está acumulado en ese banco de ustedes es de todas las licencias de todos los comercios, no nomás de la mesa directiva.
The money that you guys have in the bank accrued is not only from the board meeting, but it's all from all the businesses.
Y yo lo único que quiero y le pido al consejo y al representante o al banco que tengan acceso al dinero para beneficio de los negocios, no solamente ciertos negocios.
I'm only asking for the council and the representatives to make this funds available for all the businesses, not only a few or some.
Yo colecté 22 firmas, no nomás tengo 8 o 10 firmas.
I collected 22 signatures. I don't have only 8 or 9 signatures.
Y me levantaron el falso que las firmas eran fake, que eran falsas.
And then they said that the signatures are fake.
Los dueños de negocios están afectados. Créanme lo que como dueña de negocio no sé cómo sobrevivieron 4 años el mercado dañado.
The owners of these businesses have been affected. I don't know how they have survived from these damages for 4 years.
Eso es lo que yo quiero. La presidenta del mall lleva más de 8 años en la mesa directiva.
And the mall's president has been on the board meeting for more than 8 years.
Es la respuesta que usted quería, ¿no, señor concejal?
That's the response that you wanted, right, Councilmember Fajardo?
All of this feedback is helpful, all of it.
Y es todo mi comentario. Espero que tengan uso muy beneficioso para el mall, no nomás para ciertos negocios.
So that's my comment for today, and I hope that all the businesses benefit from this, not just some businesses.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Lopez, are you done? Yes. Councilmember Garcia?
Okay, thank you. So my understanding of this item is that well, let me ask a clarifying question. I saw in this supplemental item number 8 that it said that the Christmas tree was donated by the Santana family, but then I was hearing people say Bianchi. She's here. Okay, okay. Okay. So someone just yelled from the back. So it was a married name, maiden name was Bianchi, maiden name was Santana, married name Bianchi. Okay. So my understanding of the staff is to keep the Christmas tree lighting in the downtown mall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think there's an issue with the Christmas tree tree lighting ceremony and the holiday night market. I just had follow-up questions, and this is, I guess, just what I've heard during this and then what I've heard previously. So that's great. We're all here. We can quell all the rumors. But when the bylaws were given, were they given to our city manager, Kanika Kith, or the previous city manager? Just wondering.
Madam Mayor,
The Mall Association. Who did you give the bylaws to? The Mall Association bylaws. So they were given to the previous city manager?
Just, yeah, which is Nick Kimball as of a few weeks
Months,
ago.
yeah. Oh, not Nick Kimball? Oh, Good, we're gonna have some clarification.
The
Come on up.
podium. Please, thank you, Adriana.
So back in 2019, that's when I first became, and I think that's when we both first became involved in the Mall Association, because I did move to the mall. And so at that time, the prior board, which I think was just Tom and Victor at that time, they had brought on a group called Urban Place Consulting. Urban Place Consulting is actually the leader in California in bids and in business improvement and parking districts. In fact, their founder just won an award at the Downtown Association up north. They helped us create a strategic plan and strategic goals, 5-year plan, 5-year goals. They helped us update our bylaws. They worked with Mr. Nick Kimball to help us get the reimbursement and do the bidding for the lights for the Mall Association. So a consultant was actually helping us with this whole effort. Once we completed the bylaws, and whatever other documents were provided, those were provided to Mr. Kimball. So those bylaws have not changed since 2020. And then COVID hit, and then the rest is history.
Okay, so the operating bylaws were given to Nick Kimball? Okay, I'm just saying that because I think I had asked him, and I don't recall, I could be wrong. But yeah, could you guys provide it to this?
Back in 2020
In
by our
2020.
consultant, Urban Place Consulting, because I believe the city even had made a payment to them. There was an agreement that because at the time, the Mall Association and the MOU is on a reimbursement basis, and that's one of the biggest issues that this MOU has, is that we have to ask for reimbursement, but if we don't have the money to spend, how do we ask for reimbursement? This, so, and
Your
it's-
consultant gave the bylaws to Nick Kimball, is that right?
Yes, they worked
in
directly with
2020.
Nick Kimball
Okay.
on this. The city, because Nick Kimball authorized payment directly to them.
Okay, so I could be misunderstanding, but I thought I had asked Mr. Kimball for them, and he said he didn't have them. So that could be a confusion, but you guys are willing to give them to our current city manager, Kanika Kith. Great. Okay, so that will be resolved. And then, so the board members, there's 13, and I know you're standing up here, and then how are they chosen? Because when you're representing the whole people, I hear both sides, so I want to give you guys a time to respond.
We go through a nomination at a given period of time, especially when somebody leaves. And we have tried to do it annually, but the difficulty since COVID has been getting people to want to be organized since then. So we have just appointed new board members. There's no open election. Mostly the reason is that we can't get a quorum of people together at one time. Most of them either don't have email or text, so it's difficult to get a majority of all business owners to participate. But the exact procedures are outlined within the bylaws. I'd be happy to share them.
Okay, so the board appoints board members.
The
as of
board
2020.
appoints whoever is willing to serve.
Okay.
You know, so that's the way it's been. Yeah, yeah.
As long as they're in good standing with business license and all of the, city.
There's requirements
Right.
to
Oh,
be
yeah,
a member in
We have
good
a
standing.
We have a very diverse group right now that I'm pretty proud of. Letty Bianchi from the pawn shop, which is one of the oldest businesses in the mall. Sonia from Don Roberto's. We want to add Ariit from House of Dress. We want to add No Sabo, David Aguirre from No Sabo, which is a new business, semi-new in the mall. So we have a pretty diverse group.
Okay, great. And then, but yeah, I could imagine there's a lot of businesses, so you can't get quorum of the operating businesses to attend the meetings. Okay. I guess the only thing I also want a clarification, my understanding with my meeting with the city manager is that the 210,000, let me also just to clarify, because we're going to just talk a little bit about money. So the money that the city was paying for the outdoor market, that was coming from our general fund. Is that right, Ms. Kith?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then I think I think it was 14,000. I don't know if Mr. Ross heard 40, but it was 14,000, so not 40. But an approximately 8,000 was money, and then 4,000 was fee waivers. Is that right? Like money for salaries for our public works department and whatnot. Is that right?
So 8,000 from our staff,
Yeah.
right? And then the other 4,000 is for city equipment use, and then around
Okay.
300 for
City
waiving
equipment.
city permits.
Okay, so I just wanted to also clarify, I would just acknowledge, I am a big supporter of our Public Works Department and our PD, and I will always advocate to use them as opposed to using a private company or contracting that out. I know that we even have agreements with them in our contracts, in our union, as MOUs, where we can't contract out their work. So I'm going to back them up on that. I just want to let you guys know, full disclosure, that's a cost. But anyway, that's the outdoor market. I just wanted to clarify that because a lot of information was thrown around. Now, my understanding of the lighting, the tree lighting, is actually lights on trees. It's not holiday decorations. So I had just asked our city clerk, can you pull up that picture from the agenda item? This is what the $210,000 is going to be, to light up the trees and make it super beautiful in the downtown area. So, Ms. Kith, to clarify, the $210,000, is that for a Christmas tree or holiday decorations, or is that for lighting up the trees? It would be year-round. It is non-holiday specific. Is that correct?
2 parts.
Okay.
Okay, so the first part is really for lighting all the trees in the mall to look something like this, where we light up all the crepe myrtles, all the palm trees, and that will stay on all year. The other part of it would be for increased holiday decoration. There's some holiday decoration in the mall, right, but we're looking to add more to make the mall more lively during the holidays. That's
Okay,
the
how much
210.
is the decorations approx? Does it list it out?
I'll turn that over to our interim public works director. I know he's been working with the team to get a quote.
And how much
on
for the
that.
tree light? I guess so we can break it down.
I believe a majority of it was really for putting in the lighting for a tree to lasting long, and then the smaller portion is really to purchase holiday decoration for the holidays that we can also reuse every year. Actually, a component of the holiday decoration also include having music in the mall for the holidays.
Okay.
So I'll turn that over to Mr. Evans.
Sure that what's broken out is both the capital expenditure to add electricity to those bases, because that, in my opinion, should not be part of decoration promotion. It's a capital expenditure, versus the lighting itself, because we, the Mall Association, have wanted to do that, but we have been told that there is no electricity at the base of the trees to accomplish that, and we could not spend the money for that capital improvement.
Madam Mayor, I can answer that question, and I'll have Mr. Irvin clarify. This would not be adding electricity to the tree. We talked to our public works team, and we'll be bringing in power from the power line above, and we'll be running it. So, Mr. Evans, if you can speak on that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. So, of the 210,000, approximately 140,000 of it is the tree lights that the city will purchase, or of this 210,000 that will remain on year round. The remainder of it is the music that will play, and that the lights will twinkle or dance with the music as we so deem. The remainder of it is for purchasing decorations, and if we can't get all the decorations, some of it we'll have to rent because it is getting late in the season and everybody's booked up. Our proposal was to piggyback off an existing contract for West Hollywood that's publicly vetted, and we got a quote today from that vendor. We'll revise it in the morning based on whatever occurs tonight, but that's the extent of what we're going to do.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, because this came up before when it's referred to the money, and I think our city attorney will address this, because you have mentioned to us before in this meeting that this money in this pot, so to clarify, it comes from, also Ms. Milton might be able to help us with this, the money that we have right now that we're talking about in this pot for downtown, it's not Mall Association money. It is collected as a almost like a tax from all the businesses that operate in that downtown area. Is that right?
Yes, it's a special tax paid by businesses within the geographic boundaries of what's called Area B. It's pursuant to I forget the particular legislation, but it is a business improvement district. Its proceeds can only be used for very specific statutory purposes, mostly having to do with things like this, decoration, entertainment, as a way of promoting the business, promoting businesses in that area. It is not uncommon for cities to work with organizations like the Mall Association as sort of a way to leverage those funds, but those funds are not, they are the city's to spend. I mean, the city can choose to spend them directly if it so chooses. They could choose to spend them through a different association. They can choose to continue spending them through the Mall Association, but there is they do not belong to the Mall Association. That is a private entity that, by the terms of its own MOU, says it is hired by the city to provide certain services. It is not entitled to those monies.
Okay, thank you. So that's really, I wanted to clarify because I felt like people were talking about different things. So when I look at that picture, I think it's beautiful. I'll say when I came on, I knocked on a lot of doors. I did knock on a lot of businesses in the downtown mall, and most of them did not know what the Mall Association was and did not know that they were members. I would say, go reach out to them. They are advocating for you. I would tell them that, and I didn't know where to direct them. So I think that any information that is shared, we can work together. But anyways, when I was knocking on doors, the top 3 concerns were public safety. They wanted more patrols, streets and sidewalks. They wanted them fixed, and they wanted a beautiful downtown area. And so I know we spent a lot of money on sidewalks. I'm very proud of that. And I think this is a way to beautify our downtown mall area. I would love to see. I want to be just as good as Montrose. So, and it sounds like you guys wanted it too. So I think it's really mutually beneficial. Those are my thoughts.
Street was closed. When it was originally closed, it was during COVID. Nick Kimball had originally said to us that he could close the street using ARPA funds. ARPA funds at that time was being used. So I don't believe that we were under the impression that it was ARPA funds always. It wasn't until recently when this issue came up that we found out it was general funds. I just want to make that clarification.
I have one question on the attorney's side. I've been a board member of the Downtown Association since probably around 2000, 2001. So in the 25 years I've been on the board, the city has never used those funds without first dispersing them to the association. And it's my understanding that since 1984, they've never been used by any city council. They've been allocated according to the ordinance for, you're shaking your head, but I've read the ordinance. These funds will be provided to the corporation, as it says, for use under these 4 sections, A, B, C, and D. And our job is to provide you with our receipts for those 4 things and then receive those payments back. Our argument the last 15 years has been, how can we spend the money without spending the money? But never was there a question by any previous city attorney that these funds were available for the city to use, even for those uses, without the express consent of the organization. So this is our read and our legal read of this. So I really wish you'd work with us on this and understand. Help us.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to respond?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Respectfully, I did have the benefit of looking at the history of this a few years ago, and it is true, the Mall Association in its prior iteration, it was called something slightly different, has had a long relationship. Respectfully, however, that is merely a legacy relationship, and I'm not here to put a value judgment on it one way or the other, but legally speaking, the Mall Association is just a conduit by which the money can be spent. It is not as a legal entity entitled to it. The ordinance makes no mention of the money having to go to the mall association. It just simply specifies how it's to be collected, what the rates are going to be, and what it can be spent on. And this association is no different from others that I've dealt with in other cities. And oddly enough, these types of arguments happen in other cities too, regarding the best way to deploy these kinds of funds.
Well,
This
our
is
way-
not unique to San Fernando.
And I understand your point of view. And, you know, other legal minds might have different opinions, but that's what law is about. Our way around it, starting in 2013 and continuing for 5 years, was to form a property-based business improvement district. That's what Montrose is. And that's why they're successful. That's what Chatsworth District is, and that's why they're successful. They have their own budgets, they have their own assessments, and they're outside of the norms. They can get staff, they can hire people, they can do things. We tried 3 times to do a P-bid, and each time we were stopped at the election process. So I think that would be a great solution to the problem, and it would allow us to work together on a level playing field.
Okay, I think
Okay,
that's a
so-
great, you can
okay.
definitely bring that up in your meeting. One more thing I just wanted to mention, because it sounds like the money is wanting to be used for marketing. I do want to mention, we do have an agreement where we are going to be promoting every business, and I have a question for the Mall Association president, actually, Ms. Bernal, because we have a program that's called Discover San Fernando. And I noticed recently, I think you guys changed your Instagram to Discover DTSF, is that right?
Something that we had that's something that I had discussed, or a few of us had talked with Cindy Montañez years ago, and she had a pamphlet and a whole PowerPoint made on Discover San Fernando, and that was part of her legacy.
Oh, okay. But you guys just changed the name, like, was it 2 weeks ago?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. That's what we are investing in, a program called Discover San Fernando. We voted on that several months ago because we're going to promote our businesses. We're going to market them. We're going to do special things for them. So there's definitely opportunities for collaboration there. We want to promote our businesses and
That's
make
great,
them
and the Mall
successful.
Association just wants that same opportunity with the taxes that we pay extra. No other business in the city of San Fernando pays what we pay to be in that mall.
Yeah,
So
that's why the lights are
We want
also.
to continue.
Hold on, the council member speaking right now.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we're going to do the lights only in your area because those taxes come from businesses in that area. It will benefit, your area will be extra special, extra beautiful.
I get that, and I get that it's also a great thing for a council member to campaign on, is look at how beautiful I made this city. I would like to also add, that you can't be so out of touch with the businesses in the mall. We are struggling. Lights, with all due respect, are beautiful, and Montrose is a beautiful place. They have ice cream at night. You can go and have dinner and drinks. You can stroll. They have bars and pubs and things like that we do not have, okay? And lights would be great, but what we need, and what a lot of these small businesses need, Mrs. Garcia, is business. And how do we get foot traffic and business and clientele that Montrose has, that Burbank has, that all these beautiful little downtowns have? Is by marketing.
Yes, and we invested in that. We're going to do that, and I will personally invite you to participate in that and collaborate. Thank you.
Isn't it the association's job to do that?
Tom,
So the
Tom,
question I
hold on,
have is,
Tom.
are
Tom,
we
hold
fired?
on. I will
mean, is
call
that-
on you to speak. Hold on. I will call on you to speak. Please be respectful. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Oh, no, I was just gonna say when she's done or when you're done, I have a couple more.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I have a question for staff. Who proposed the idea to spend the money from the Mall Association or whatever you want to call it, the 210 on Christmas tree lightings or moving the Christmas tree to the Adobe House?
So, first of all, that item first came up under a misunderstanding between staff. Our staff thought that there was not going to be any tree lighting event at the mall. So that's why the item was presented to locate the tree lighting to the Lobos Adobe. So when that discussion came up to move the tree lighting to Lobos Adobe, our thoughts was, what can we do in the mall to tie it in with part of our tree lighting event at Lobos Adobe? So the idea then was to put the vendors along with Clay so that if our tree lighting happens in Lovis Adobe, that people would then be walking along Maclay, shopping the vendors, and help direct the foot traffic to the mall. And that's a discussion that came up, was how do we make the mall more inviting during the holidays? And that's when we came up about doing the tree, lighting up all the trees, so it light up the pedestrian walkway. And that light up is intended to also help address the safety issue at night, and as well as adding holiday decoration and music to really attract people to the mall during the holiday season. However, that information came forward afterward, and the recommendation is to light up, and staff gave council the option of using 2 different accounts for that. And now that we're talking about moving the tree lighting back to the mall, so that's why staff put in a staff report to just have the tree lighting event in the mall, and that will come out from our city general fund. However, there's that discussion that we want direction from council on, is decorating the mall, and also not just decorating, but adding additional lighting in the mall to provide additional safety. I also want to add that I did get a few phone calls from some businesses this morning that's in supportive of putting in the tree lightings to beautify the mall. So thank you.
That's wonderful. I think that there's a lot of sides right now, whether or not to light up the mall or not. I do think that it's important to state that if we are going to spend $140,000, that we should have a real rendering of what it would look like. So for example, the picture provided is very beautiful, but what is this location? It's downtown Montrose, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't have trees like downtown Montrose does, correct?
They have different type of trees. We do have palm trees and crepe myrtle trees that provide some sort of canopy. It doesn't have as big as a canopy, but the intent is to light the trunk of the palm as well as the branches. And there are some other area that's not in a mall that have that type of lighting. It's just, as for the rendering, I don't know if that's possible, but
I would definitely like, before we move forward, to put that to council and ask if we can get a rendering. I don't feel comfortable spending $140,000 and having a picture of some other mall that isn't ours, and having this, we spent money on the parks, 200,000, 500,000, whatever that may be, and we have renderings of what that looks like. So if we're gonna spend $140,000 of any money, we should know what that's going to look like in our mall. And then we can probably make a decision if we want that or not. And I'm just putting that out there because although this picture is very beautiful, I don't think that that's what our mall is going to look like, given the amount of palm trees that we have, and it's a straight shot up versus these are kind of canopied over onto the street. So that's, a consideration that this council should have. In terms of the rest of the money, the $70,000, we talked about decorations and renting. Can you explain what renting would be? Does that mean that this is a one-time use for $70,000 of those funds?
No, so it's a combination of buying some of the decorations and then renting some of the others. So, for instance, you got to purchase the pole mounts to put the decorations on, the snowflakes. So there's 24-inch snowflakes, 36-inch snowflakes, etc. So right now we're looking at about $40,000 worth of purchasing, and the rest would be renting to fill in the area to make it full. As far as the renting goes, we just can't get it. We can't purchase everything right now because they're booked up. We're kind of late in the season. I know it's only October, but Christmas is right around the corner, and everybody's booking these events up right now. So we're a little late to the game, but that's what we came up with. And we've been working with the vendor today to see if we can maybe increase the amount of purchase, but that's what, at the 11th hour, that's what I have for you.
Okay. And then I would just also then advise this council then if maybe at this time it might not be the best to spend $30,000 to rent something where if we could in the future purchase other decorations for 40,000, which is only a $10,000 difference, that we would reinvest that next year in purchasing versus renting $30,000 worth of decorations this year. Because we do have beautiful decorations already. The city could definitely benefit from more. While it sounds like many people have spoken today that they are not in favor, particularly in favor of spending this whole amount or any of the amount on Christmas decorations, I do feel that it is the city's responsibility to put this on in terms of decorating. So I would like to hear staff's opinion in terms of the option is there for us to use the general fund. Why wasn't that a budget item beforehand? Is it because the assumption always was that we were going to use the association's money?
So decoration in the mall has always been, I believe the decoration that the mall association have now was purchased with the mall, downtown district mall fund.
Sir, if you could
If
please
you're
come
going
up
to
to the
speak,
podium.
please come to the podium.
I have the catalog back at the shop. I mean, the association was responsible for marketing and beautifying the downtown, which was decorations. So we did buy them. It's on our list of stuff to do. But as everyone has said, we had priorities. And this wasn't one of them, maybe in the next 2 years, but we had to build something up. I mean, I'm sure you understand that sometimes, even though a business wants to buy 5 trucks, they have to buy a van first and then move up to the truck. This is what we're trying to do. We love working operational clean trash enclosures. I can't tell you how many times I stood in the middle of a parking lot yelling at the new trash guys. It's been a siege out there. And to have a discussion about moving our funds for the lighting, it's a farce. It's hilarious. And I'm telling you, man, I sat there in the mall for weeks arguing with attorneys that were representing stores who said they weren't getting enough money because Sons of Anarchy was filming in town and they wanted more money. You know, I was just working with the people. They got a permit. I mean, you know, what's the problem? Well, I'm losing money. Now, I happen to know they're not losing $5,000 a day, which they're telling me. I said, show me the money. Show me where you're losing. So the difficulty of functioning has been, you know, unbearable. And to have this kind of discussion with the elected officials of our city seems just unbelievable to me. And after 30 years of volunteering my time, you know, I gotta go home now. And I'm sorry. I really feel like I'm letting them down because I can't stand here longer with the people who wouldn't show up at a lunch meeting, an afternoon meeting, a drink. Is this worth $200,000 in what? Clout with the union, votes, take your pick? I don't know what the motivation here. I don't know why I'm talking to you guys. I don't know why we are here. We had a plan. It was going ahead. Everything's cool. Oh, by the way, here's the agenda. It's Friday. Is that fair? Is that genuine? Is that supporting your local business? I don't know. I don't think so. So, in conclusion, I'm sorry I don't have more concrete to say. I really do. But I'm exhausted. I'm done. As the treasurer of this organization, I'm pulling my name. I don't want to be on the Secretary of State's information anymore on this organization. It is unrewarding to be kind. So thank you for listening to me and I appreciate your time.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Is it possible?
Can you say
for-
your name? Because, yeah,
Jolene
that's fine.
Medina.
Okay,
Is
thank
it possible for us to schedule a time where we can sit down, like the five of you and the board? It seems like you're saying there's marketing plans coming, and we've been doing marketing plans, so it's like we're like doubling up, and maybe we can all just sit down together and casually, because this seems a little.
The five of us can't sit together. It can only
can't?
be two council members,
Oh,
and
I
we have
get it.
two on the ad hoc, and that would be Councilmember Fajardo and Councilmember Lopez that are on the ad hoc for the Mall Association. And they're
And
reviewing,
two,
yeah, they're the two
so,
that are
but like,
working on that.
do you see what I'm getting at? It would just be
MOU.
nice to know what the plans are coming from the city side or your side, because then we're all volunteering our time and working on stuff.
But
So
the-
maybe we could
yeah.
just,
So that, they're the ones that would need to set up the meeting so that you can meet with them to discuss the MOU, so that can be finalized.
okay.
So, hopefully they
Something
can.
that could be scheduled sooner rather
can-
than later.
I'm gonna have a recommendation with that when it comes back to me, so I'll have a
Okay.
recommendation.
So they will work on that with Ms. Kith, so they can set up a meeting with you. Okay, with you and the Mall Association. Okay,
Is there a timeline at which we would have to decide for the new lighting, and not necessarily for the new lighting for Christmas time, but just in general, given that the new lighting that is proposed for year-round / bringing in business year-round, so not necessarily during the holidays, although it does say new lighting for the holidays, and some of them would be decorations, or $40,000 of that would be decorations. Do we have a timeline when that item has to come back before we have to make a decision?
The goal is to get these lights installed before the holiday tree lighting event and the first Saturday in December. So I'm going to turn it to Mr. Evan to see what the timeline is needed.
okay.
So if we're only talking lighting, um, we would need to have a decision probably the first week of November or somewhere in that time frame for the lighting. Now, the decorations, if we're going the decorations route, and I hate to go back to that because you asked about lighting, but the longer we wait on decorations, the less likelihood we have of securing a sufficient amount to hang from the appropriate areas, because they're getting booked up from other organizations, cities, et cetera, events, all of the above. So the lighting, if we get it by the first week of November, I think we can secure the lighting in a timely fashion and try to get it up by the November or December 1st timeline. On the decorations, you probably need to make some decisions sooner than later.
Okay, and in terms of the decorations, are you saying for both the 40,000 and the ones to rent the 30,000, or just one or the other?
So renting them, they're available right now. Purchasing them, I can't. That's why I can't purchase them all right now, because I'm buying out of their rental stock to be able to do, or we would be buying out of their rental stock to secure them sooner than later. Their stock turns into all rental here in the next month and a half. So if we're going to buy them, we got to buy them sooner than later.
And Mr. Evans, can you clarify what would be the difference of what the current decorations that we have and opposed to what we're going to bring? So how much more decorations are we bringing compared to what we have?
So I don't know, and I apologize, I don't know currently what the stock of decorations that the city currently has. What we're talking about is, in talking to my manager, Rodrigo, today, we would essentially be doubling what we have.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's helpful to have a little bit of a vision of what it's going to look like. I do think that it's worth, in all teams of being fair, worth a discussion that the ad hoc can have with staff and with the Mall Association to discuss or plan this money versus making a decision right now, as we all kind of are up for moving or keeping the tree lighting ceremony at the mall. And then we can also discuss in the next meeting, if possible, if we utilize general funds for this. One last question. I think we mentioned about My Valley Pass. So we mentioned that we keep the first $5,000. Could you clarify that?
I'll turn that to Will to clarify.
Yes, so per our agreement, $5,000 in revenue per event that's held through My Valley Pass is distributed directly towards marketing efforts for Discover San Fernando.
Okay, and then how much is or so far has been given to My Valley Pass after the 5,000? Like, what is the average that they're going to make or are making?
We don't have that number yet. We're gonna be hosting our first Discover San Fernando event this October. On
Saturday.
Oh, this Saturday. Okay. So we'll know what that number will turn out to be. But My Valley Pass, similar to their partnership with the mall association, they're covering all the funding all the costs for staffing, trash, restroom facility, permitting costs from the county, pretty much everything. And we get that $5,000 from event that goes towards them doing other Discover San Fernando events, such as I know one thing that they're working on, and they'll be working on with the mall association as well. I'm not sure if they have started that conversation yet, but they will be doing a small business Saturday that will have radio at and bring radio to our city. They will be setting up shop at the Super Electronic location as well as Tommy's, and just this effort is costing them $3,000. So that's kind of show like so what we're doing, and that's just a small portion of what we want Discover San Fernando to do. In the long run, they're going to be holding quarterly meetings, other events like Taste of San Fernando, Shop Local. We want to start up a Shop Local campaign where they promote during the holidays like Mother's Day, Easter, throughout the year.
Okay, so we're gonna hopefully be directly seeing those benefits of our campaign. Okay.
Yes.
And then one final question. What is can you explain maybe or highlight the biggest differences between us taking over the event and us hiring My Valley Pass versus the mall association when they hired them?
So right now we have a contract with My Valley Pass to work on this event, and like I mentioned, we'll be getting the $5,000 that will be reinvested into our businesses in San Fernando. If they hire My Valley Pass directly, then I guess they will be splitting the revenue with My Valley Pass. That's my understanding.
And so we don't know what that revenue was. Is
The revenue for
that if the mall association hired My Valley Pass, that they'd split the revenue.
That's correct.
Right. So I'm saying, do we not know what that revenue was?
I'm
Like,
not too
Are we
sure.
making more money, the $5,000 versus the mall association?
According to what Adriana mentioned, they get $25,000 a year. So I think they have like what 9 events per year.
City would be benefiting more. But just to be clear, it's both going back to, you said to small businesses, and the mall is small businesses.
So it sounds like with us getting $5,000 is more than the revenue the mall association was getting from My Valley Pass.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
It was 9 events a year. 2 of them were city ones, Christmas tree lighting and Independence Day.
Thank you. Yes.
I do have a question for Christina. How exactly did you plan to use the funds that we currently have on hold for you, that we're holding for the mall? That we have,
The board, we all decide. I don't just decide. It's a board effort. And we did have marketing planned out as well. I know, Kanika is talking about marketing for citywide, but because we are a mall association that pays taxes into that association, our marketing efforts would be different just specifically for the mall and all of the small businesses there. So you're talking over, it's about 200 small businesses that are in the mall to be marketed. That's a lot. It's a lot of work. So it'd be going towards marketing and also towards, there's a whole list of things that we wanted that we'll be submitting. Yeah.
I can speak because I'm submitting the budget. It was one, we were having one event for the bridal community, 12 sidewalk events for all the merchants. The one event that we would have for the bridal community, we would close the streets. It was an admin person, the marketing company, the hosting of our website, our insurance, and some merchandise. We wanted to unveil our new website and our new logo, and we wanted to perhaps do some merchandising. And then the board also brought up perhaps putting music in the mall. And because of safety concerns, we also wanted to put cameras in the mall. However, we were told we were not able to use the funds for the cameras.
I had also heard that you wanted to put Wi-Fi in the mall.
Yes, I'm sorry, that was one of the big ones. Public Wi-Fi, outdoor music, and the one celebration for the bridal events, 12 sidewalk sales that would not require closing of the street, an admin person, marketing, hosting of the website, and our insurance.
And that Wi-Fi
That
was
all
going to,
totaled up to about 120,000.
the whole, that was the total. Okay. All right. And, but you know, you've had the money for quite some time, but I haven't really seen any advertising for all of the businesses that were, that you advertised, for all of them. I have, that's what I haven't really
Yeah,
seen.
because it's, again, like 200 businesses you're talking, that's going to take a year out of work. And if you looked at the Instagram, we can show you multitudes of businesses that they've been to. So it's been very diverse. I guarantee it. And
Just to be honest, I really haven't seen
well,
anything.
we can sit down and have a meeting and we can
Yeah.
show you.
Haven't
And I think we gave you our phone during the ad hoc meeting to show you. But no, it's not the same businesses. And we did meet with Lupita, Adriana and I several times and spoke with her for hours. Also, our contractors, yeah, we get it, have spoke with Lupita and asked her to be in a video and she declined. It's just so hard to work with somebody who just is a brick wall and you can't get them to want to do anything. So, but they're definitely been diverse.
And look, and I see Councilman Fajardo shaking his head. And it's not justified, Joel, because look.
Well, when I speak, I can
no,
address it.
listen to me.
No, you do not address the council like that. When
Okay,
you mention my
fine
name,
then.
when I speak, I will answer. I will say why I'm laughing.
Well, I'm not asking you any questions right now.
Please be
Anyway,
respectful.
This city has decided to self-nominate itself for being business friendly. Why don't you ask these business owners how business friendly you guys are? This has been a constant struggle. We're not asking you guys for anything above and beyond what I'm careful to use the word entitled, but look, man, we're trying to get people into that mall, okay, is the bottom line. So it's a lot of spare time from business owners, from people like myself. I still work a full-time job and still have to do this. We're not paying ourselves. No one's ever reaching out to help us. We have to do all this by ourselves. That outdoor market grew from 10 vendors to 100 vendors. Some of you guys have been on this council for a number of years and haven't made any kind of effort whatsoever to help the downtown businesses. Now, some of you will lend an ear to some businesses over others, and I get that. They feel like they're not being heard, and I can appreciate that. I'm glad you guys do that, because maybe sometimes we have deaf ears too, so I do appreciate that. But the bottom line is, like, we're trying to help you too. We're trying to help the city. We're trying to get people into that downtown to increase revenue for this city. I don't know what part of this is like people aren't getting. It's not for us, it's for everybody. Taking away that outdoor market took away revenue for the mall association so we can get things done, we can get things fixed. Maybe the mall association would pay for the lights. Anybody think of that? Maybe we should think about replacing those palm trees with trees that actually provide shade. I don't see you guys out there in the summertime, because I'm there every day, walking around, and on that sidewalk, it's like 130 degrees. There is zero shade. Why don't we do that first before we pay $140,000 for lights? The trees are like 100 feet apart. What are we doing? Look, man, and I apologize to you, okay? I shouldn't have done that. But it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating for us to come up here, take time out of our days to voice our concerns as business owners, as residents, as community members, and then to have you just up there laughing or shaking your head or, you know, whatever it is you're doing, man, that's disrespectful, bro. So look, help us help you. That's all we want. All we want is a better downtown. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Let us help you guys.
Thank you, Dave. You know, one of the things you said, you know, that I think it's mutual. We all want to our mall to thrive. We all want it. I think, you know, every single council member, our city manager, our management staff, everyone, all the employees. Everyone is working towards making a better mall in our business district, not only our mall, but all our businesses throughout the city. That's well known. But when you say that the city has not done anything for the mall, when you had the outdoor market, we did provide public works and we did provide the police department to block it off. So in terms of when I see that, and I see that on social media, that the city has not helped the mall association or helped in providing any help for the mall, that's not true. And I never see anyone say anything, oh, no, that's not right. We did. We have helped you, and we helped with almost $100,000 in a year with the mall association. So that's not correct, and nobody ever goes in and says, oh, that's not true. They helped with Public Works in setting it up, in blocking the streets, and having staff there, and having the police department, provides, making sure that everyone is safe. So, you know, that would be nice if someone just goes in and says, oh, yeah, the city did help out, you know, and we supported that. We supported that for several years. So that would be nice if someone would say that. But anyway, you know, in terms of a rendering, I don't see that it's necessary. There's not that many trees that we really need at rendering. I think that, you know, any trees are lit up, they're, you know, they're going to look, any tree's going to look nice. Also, this is the first time I hear anything about trees. Dave, I've never heard anyone come up to city council saying that you want more trees or adding shade. I haven't heard you guys come in. You come in often, but I hear at every single meeting, and this is the first time I hear anyone saying, why don't you replace the palm tree with a tree that provides more shade? First time I've heard it. So, you know, I mean, that is something that we should note. You know, Ms. Keith has put that on our notes, and we'll look at that and. Yeah. I hadn't noted that.
Well, because you don't come to the mall, Ms. Mendoza, I'm sorry, you don't come and speak to us, just like how, you know, you might think that.
I don't even know. You know, first of all, you've never invited me to a meeting. You've
Just how
never invited me
I've
to your mall
I've
meetings.
seen you at functions before, and, you know, you don't
No,
just.
I go to functions, but
choose-
you've never
Ma'am,
invited me
if
to
you
a
could
meeting.
please wait to be recognized by
Yeah.
the chair instead of speaking over the chair.
Go ahead.
You've never invited me to a meeting, to your meetings. I don't know when you meet. I don't know where you meet. I have no idea, you know.
Now, on the subject of trees, Mayor, this is something that I've talked about for years. We've had that business there for years now. If you guys didn't hear it, I apologize.
Yeah, I
And,
don't.
okay,
That's
so
the first time
then-
I hear that, so.
Okay.
Okay, just letting you know. So that's fine. We've made a note of it. We've noted that, so thank you.
You're welcome. So
All right.
today sounds like a good first jumping off point then. Let's
Yeah,
put some trees
yeah, I
in
think
before
it is.
some
It's
lights on.
good. Something for us to discuss and look into. Let me see. And, you know, in terms of renting the Christmas decorations, I'm not too into renting equipment, especially if it's going to be like $30,000. I'm not into renting such expensive items like that. I would prefer to just buy them right off the bat. But if we have to wait another year, then we wait. That's what I would say. But I would like to see some lighting to beautify the mall. And how far would that include? Were you looking into
I believe
putting
it
those
with the-
lights?
Madam Mayor, I believe the idea was to do it for the 2 blocks, the pedestrian mall.
Be part of McClay? Is there anything? There's
Ran to Maclay. Yes.
Yeah?
So if you're gonna spend the money, then it needs to be spent, so like it goes all the way up to Tacos Way, and it goes, so if you guys are truly gonna spend it for the people who pay that money, it's more than just those 2 blocks. It extends to Truman, it extends all the way up to Workman. So just so you guys know, those 2 blocks are not the only ones who pay the fee.
Mayor, may I?
I'm not done yet.
And then I was also waiting too.
Okay. Anyway, okay, so let's, we'll see what,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
so our estimate only covered the 2 blocks if council won, and if that's the direction this evening, is for staff to look at extending the lighting around the trees to cover a larger area in the mall. We can definitely look into that.
All right. Did have another thing. Okay. I'll think, there was one more item that I had to say, but I lost my train of thought. So, Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes, and again, the reason that I scoffed earlier is simply that as we're trying to talk about the mall as an organization that represents all of its merchants, my interpretation, maybe I misheard, they're at least referring to one or some, or maybe people who support some of these merchants as a brick wall. And comparing them to an inanimate object that can't think, I think is very counterproductive when you're trying to say that you represent everyone. It also calls into question what the underlying intention of those words are and what else it implies. So for me, I just saw it as a very counterproductive measure, and a scoff came out. With regards to the other items, it appears that Mr. Ross did leave. I did want to say that kindness is always appreciated. If he feels that his kindness is not returned, that isn't the sentiment that we want anyone to have. I think that if someone is kind in any aspect of their lives, it should be appreciated. It just happens to be that I disagree with him on a matter, and that doesn't have to do anything with rejecting his kindness. But when it comes to this money, I don't see this as the money of just the mall. I see this as the people's money, and we have to do what is right for the benefit of the people. With regards to meeting other businesses in the mall, I've spoken with many of them, those who have reached out to me, and some of them haven't reached out to me. If there's opportunities that I missed, I'd love to look forward to see what I've missed and what more I could do to communicate with the mall. With regards, again, trying to collaborate and calling this a campaign item, with regards to referring that this is some kind of campaign windfall, I can assure you that this is very, very low on the list of things that you would put on a campaign flyer. Sure, you want to talk about beautification in general, but this isn't being used for any type of roundabout campaign purpose. Lupita did have a comment that I wanted to see if we could get some clarification on. And if I understood correctly, it was that where is the accounting related to these outdoor markets? I know that Ms. Gomez or Mr. Ross, I forgot which of the two, well, one of them stated that there was about $2,500 out, net, give or take. And do the other merchants, and this is either for Ms. Gomez or Ms. Bernal, do the other businesses get a breakdown showing where all of that money went, including bank statements? And has staff tried to request that, Ms. Kith? Actually, we'll start first with Ms. Kith, and then we can ask Ms. Gomez and Ms. Bernal.
Madam Mayor, staff has previously asked for that. I don't believe it was shared to us, but actually, I'm pulling up the staff report that was provided to council back in May. When staff request for that number in that staff report, the Mall Association did let us know that they collected approximately $36,200 per year from the outdoor market. That's all we have for information.
36,000. So I presume that they mean a net number, not the gross number, because they have the partner, which takes a certain amount then.
That's correct. That's the net.
Got it. But we don't have any type of breakdown, correct, in terms of how it's been spent?
That's correct. They keep the bookkeeping on that. We don't have the bookkeeping on that.
Okay, and so for Ms. Gomez or Ms. Bernal, do the other businesses who aren't board members, are they able to get an exact breakdown, including all bank statements, that show where that money's gone? Okay, and so the city council can have it as well, correct? Okay. With regards to this money potentially being ARPA funds instead of general funds, ARPA funds are essentially general funds, in my opinion. Yes, they can be used for other purposes, but they are funds that are very often related to our infrastructure. It's money that didn't go to streets. It's money that didn't go to sidewalks. And so even if you classify it as ARPA funds versus general funds, again, in my opinion, it's all the people's funds. Um, I think that, Mr. Ross spoke about the mall being a conduit and if they're being fired. I don't think that this is any kind of firing. This is an allocation of money. But I do want to address the point that this current mall association was developed in a very different time, decades ago. And so it's not just the funds that haven't been updated. And in the event that a business improvement district didn't pass, it could potentially be that the businesses didn't want it. And so if businesses are struggling right now, I do think that one avenue that we need to explore is letting the businesses keep that money. And instead of requiring the businesses to pay that extra 1%, empowering them economically so they can keep their money, they can use it for marketing the way that they see fit, so that there is no concern in terms of whether the city is using their money incorrectly. Did you want to comment on that?
Maximum pays into the small merchant fund, to your point of using it for marketing. If you know that number, Eric, I believe it's 500 total.
No,
That's the max.
I don't have that number offhand, but we can confirm.
I believe that the $500 is the max merchant area fee, $1,000 is the match parking lot fee, and then every single merchant pays $47.50 per lineal foot of frontage for the mall maintenance. The $500 max is according to your revenue. So if you do not report all of your revenue, or if your revenues are lower, I don't know what the threshold is to make it the 500. Every merchant is not paying $500. So to give it back to the merchants, that would be great. I'm just not sure that it would suffice for a marketing budget.
I understand, but my point is that some businesses are only making $500 to $600 a month, as Lupita said, which I believe we could all agree is not a way that anyone can live. We need to empower those businesses by letting them keep more of their by letting them keep more of their money and giving them tax relief. And therefore, anyone who does want to participate in additional marketing in the mall can do so on their own budget. And they won't be confined to the $500. They can go above and beyond that if they want. And so, I believe that we have to be up here to fight for the people, to fight for their money. I do support staff's recommendation. I do like the idea. I'm okay with us renting the equipment this year, so we can pilot it, so we can give the community a beautiful event. But if for whatever reason there is a concern of renting versus buying, I do like the idea of expanding the lights to other areas so we can utilize the full 210, and every area feels that they are covered equally. And again, in my closing comments, I will say that there is a lot of concern from businesses that they aren't being represented. And although it was suggested, well, maybe they can get together, meet face to face, why should they have to? If they want to spend their money their own way, I don't see why we can't give them their money back, and why that is a problem for the city council. So I hope we could go that route. And Madam Mayor, I know that you're going through other rounds of communication. Can you let me, I would like to try to make a motion when you open the table for motions. Did you want that now or after everyone has had? Sure.
Let us do the one final round and then that's it. So I'll go on. I know Councilmember Lopez wanted to say something.
Yeah, well, like I
The last, we'll just do the last
yeah, it's gonna be quickly.
2 minutes and that's
Yeah.
it.
Well, I totally, at this point, I'm not recommending to spend all this money in one event. I feel like a lot of people speak about this. I feel we have to be wise how we spend the money. Not happy renting equipment for Christmas. We had to set up priorities how we spend our money. And when I hear from the business, most of the business, even Lupita, want to have more marketing. And yes, para las personas que se están riendo, eso es lo que estoy diciendo, estoy apoyando a los negocios. Porque así como yo hablo español o mi inglés está a mitad, hay muchas personas que están ignoradas en el negocio. Me ask for the Mall Association, if we gonna continue this relationship or agree with MOU, we had to be open to bring those old business, because yes, we great on the new business, but the old business like Lupita or their neighbors. We represent, or the San Fernando City represent like 85%, most of the speaking Spanish people. So we need to have really representatives, all those people. And yeah, my request again is to have the budget, the bylaws, and the list of the members, and how the Mall Association planning to get those business with you and their the business plan, how we can promote more of the business. Thank you, Mayor.
The Spanish portion was just saying, I wanted to let everybody know and be aware, just as Spanish is my language and my English might be halfway, there may be other people who are not aware in the community, and so it's important then to work with the association on the MOU and to make sure everybody can be brought in with this.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make quick clarification on the number. Bill, correct me if I'm wrong. So for the year-round lighting is 140,000. To purchase the decoration is 40,000, and then the rental is 30,000.
Correct.
Is that correct? Thank you. So just give the council that breakdown, so you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia? 2 minutes.
I think I just have a closing comment after everyone's done.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Solorio?
Are we all going another round again?
Yeah, just the last 2 minutes, and that's,
So we're not going around again? So
no, this will be like the last 2 minutes of whatever comment you have. Yeah.
should Councilmember Garcia go if that's the last round?
Yeah, she's just going to make a final comment at the end.
I'm going to make a comment before I make a motion, like a sentence before I make a motion.
Oh, okay. Got it. I think I just had a clarification for Councilmember Fajardo. I wrote him a note. But my clarification was he mentioned that the mall or the mall association, I wasn't sure, could spend the money how they wanted. Can you clarify that for me?
I think I meant to say that if we stop having this tax on the businesses, each individual business can spend their money how they see fit for their business, for their advertising. So if I misspoke, I apologize. I was trying to wrap it up all into 2 minutes. I might have been inarticulate in my speaking.
Yeah, I guess my concern with this, no matter if it's, I guess, the mall association or staff making the recommendation and the council voting on that recommendation, is that staff came up with this on a conversation about tree lighting. And although I think all of us would love the mall to look better, I don't know that all the businesses were accounted for when making that decision. And so when we're making a decision up here based off what would benefit all the businesses in the mall, I would like to get their opinion, not only the mall association, but what all the other businesses would like to see. And if they would like to spend the $210,000 on lights, then let's do it. But if they do not, then I don't see why we're making that decision without taking into account the opinions of those people that you are saying that you're representing, whether it's us, a city council, or it's the mall association. So at this time, I do not believe that it should be the decision of the city council to decide that we're going to spend $210,000 on lights, given that we have not taken the opinions of the businesses in the downtown mall. Thank you.
And I'd just like to say that there are there are quite a few businesses that just don't come to the meetings or just don't say anything because there's a lot of finger pointing in the city. And, like when the mayor asked, like, who brought this up? Who brought up that, put in the 210,000? That's kind of what happens in the mall association. They want to know who did this. And there's some merchants that they just don't want to be pointed out as being someone that opposes anything that the mall association brings up. And, I'm sorry to say it, but that's the way it is. They feel intimidated. They feel like they're going to be, ousted, or I don't know what their feelings are, but there's something there that they just don't want to come out and say anything against the mall association. They want to be a part of it, but then there's something there that just I can't even explain it. I don't know what the words are. I don't know if Councilmember Fajardo can explain it for me, because I'm sure that he understands what I mean, because he's been around for quite some time. But they just don't come out because they're not part of that group, and they want to be part of it, but then they can't. And if they say anything against the mall association, they're not going to be any part of that in group. I don't know.
I think that I think what you're alluding to is that a lot of people do feel intimidated, or they don't feel that the amount of effort that they have to put into advocacy will yield results. And even if they do think that advocacy would yield results, they might have to put an enormous amount of time into it, week after week, month after month, month after year. And it's not possible for them to do it and to fight those fights, especially if they're a lower income business than some of the other businesses. So I think that a lot of people are disenfranchised from the system. And I think it was much different when this mall was set up. And so I hope that we'll consider that going forward in terms of whether it's in its current iteration, it still has a necessity and role in the city.
And I do appreciate what the mall has done. They do put a lot of their time in there, and it's a lot of work. I realize that it is, and trying to doing their social media, trying to get out there, and I know that there's some merchants are not into social media. They don't have those technical skills to be able to do that. And I see the things on both sides. I understand. But for some, just like what, we're saying here. But I do know that those that are not present, I know that they do want lighting. They do want it in the mall. And they do want to have something year-long that will stay and that will be there. I do know that. And that message I do have. And so I can support that. And I know that the Mall Association would like the holiday tree lighting to be in the mall, and that everyone would be happy with that, go along with that as well. The city is doing this Discover San Fernando, and we plan to do promoting of all the businesses in the city, and we plan to continue with that as well. So I hope that we all have our holidays are happy, and that's what we want to do, and continue to promote our small businesses. So that's all I have to say for right now. Thank you. And Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank the board members of the Mall Association. Very articulate, very passionate. And something I heard Mr. Bernal say, that he wants a better downtown and to bring business to the downtown area. I am in full agreement with that. And on that, in that spirit, I'm going to make a motion. And I'm just going to read I'm going to do a combo of page 5 and page 156 of the agenda. I move to authorize the Public Works Department to purchase and install new lighting and holiday decorations in the San Fernando Mall in an amount not to exceed, and I'm going to say $220,615.10. And I'm going to, the direction for that is for tree lighting in more than just that 2-block area, as much as we can cover, and not to rent, only to buy decorations. So that is to come utilizing the downtown promotional area B account to cover related expenditures.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Point of clarification, are we including that the event would take place at the mall as well? Or is it, we're taking two separate motions at this time?
I guess that's a separate motion.
Okay, no.
Mayor.
Ma'am, recognized by the chair, please. Sorry.
Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
motion passes.
And I left $26,000 in that account.
Is
Then
there a
is
motion?
second motion to have the event in the downtown? So then I'll move that.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
We voting to have the lighting tree and the mall, right?
Yes.
Just that.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
motion passes.
Next item, I'm going to go to item number 10 because this was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is I asked Mrs. Escobar.
You know what, I'm sorry, but can we take a 10-minute, 7-minute break?
Okay.
Okay, just real
8.
quick. Yeah.
if, when you're ready. Yeah, if I, yeah. Yeah, I do have a correction for my readout. With respect to item D, the Brand Estates item, Councilmember Fajardo did not participate in that. He did recuse himself. So, yeah, yeah.
Thank you. We will return from the, our short break, and we will go to item number 10, which is discussion and consideration to co-sponsor a community quinceañera celebration event, approve use of the city seal, and request a waiver facility permit fees. Item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, I just want to call Ms. Antonia Escobedo. If you can come to the podium. I just want to say Ms. Antonia Escobedo, she's a resident from the city of San Fernando. And she's been part of the DCFS and kinship. And she's trying to do like a really grassroots program for these kids. So I believe some of the members already supporting her at this point, but we like to have a free waiver on the facility and co-sponsor and use the logo. Señor Escobedo, ¿quiere agregar algo a su presentación?
Pues que los espero y el día primero en el Parque Las Palmas. Este evento no se hubiera realizado en totalidad si no hubiera sido por el apoyo de la concejal Patti y la concejal Mari y el apoyo de otras personas. Y pues de antemano, pues yo le agradezco a usted, señora Patti, que me haya apoyado y que haya creído en mí y en el proyecto. Y también
So I am looking forward to seeing you all at this event. I want to especially give thanks to Patti and Mary for their support and other people as well. I also am very thankful to Patti for her support and for believing in me. This event will take place at the Las Palmas Park and hope to see you all there.
Y pues no tengo nada más que decir que pues muchas gracias. Y pues este evento de quinceañeras es para darles un poquito de alegría a esas niñas que están en la oscuridad, porque el abrazo más sincero que he recibido es de mis niños que eran foster y de mis niñas quinceañeras que son las que dan el abrazo con mucho amor y sin interés. Y de antemano, muchas gracias a todos ustedes por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí.
This would be the first event for the quinceañeras, and this is a way to bring joy to these girls who are who have some type of darkness, or they are the ones that I have received a sincere hug from them and from my foster children. So I hope to see you there. I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Gracias. And thank you so much for being patient with us. And Corazones Unidos, we're always going to be proud to be supporting these kind of events for the families in City of San Fernando. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias por estar aquí presentes y espero aquí tienen la invitación todos los concejales, la que me hizo llegar a mí, todos tienen la invitación para que puedan llegar. Muchísimas gracias. Si gusta retirarse con sus niños,
Okay.
ya
Gracias,
eso es
muy
todo.
amable.
Gracias.
Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Just that your children are adorable. Thank you so much for bringing them. We really enjoyed you being here at our city council meeting.
Thank you.
And well behaved, too. You're a peep out of them.
They be well
Yeah.
behaved.
Yeah.
And I just had a clarifying question.
Yes.
So my clarifying question was to staff in regards to the fee waiver. My understanding is that City Council has a fee waiver allocation fund, and I say air quotes fund because it's not an actual fund. It's just a certain amount of money that we get every year to waive the facility rentals, and that is not the same amount for community investment funds, correct?
Madam Mayor, that question did come up from the Vice Mayor just now, and our Finance Director is going to look into that. We don't have to answer this evening about that. This item coming here this evening was understanding that that fee waiver was coming out from the Community Investment Fund. But we're going to look into the other facility waiver fund that you said may be a separate
My
account.
understanding too, and we get a readout from Ms. Duarte. She'll give you the 4 separate funds and that it's a fee waiver. That's why it's a different form
Yeah.
as well. When they request the amount, it's a different fund. And
I believe we were given an allocation of a certain amount of money for a fee waiver, and then that was it. But it was separate. It was like it was a zero, it was an invisible amount.
So,
That
Madam
had
Mayor,
any
if I-
money attached to it.
Madam Mayor, if I may, certainly, I think that in order to make sure that City Council has a very clear understanding, because I know that this question has come up a couple of different ways in terms of, well, which pot can I use for
Yeah.
certain things? And so what we're going to do is put out something a little bit more comprehensive that explains that, and we'll be able to issue that out this week to make that very clear.
I
So
think
thank
it's
you.
also in our handbook.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm clarifying is for staff because I was told that instead of it coming out of our fee waiver allocation fund, that this is coming out of our community investment fund, which shouldn't be coming out of that community investment fund. So I just wanted to make sure that it's coming out of the correct fund, especially when other people are asking us for fee waivers. Of course, I'm in full support, and I think all of us already contributed to this event.
So then to clarify this agenda item though, because if we approve it, then it doesn't come out of anyone's fund, right?
Yes.
Correct.
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 Yeah.
Mhm. It's going to be. the
Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Okay. Any other comments?
Did we had to make a motion on this, Mrs. Kidd?
Yes, we'll need a motion and a vote on this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I do a motion to co-sponsor and use the logo for our city to promote this event.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo, Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
motion passes.
We'll go to item number 9, discussion and consideration for possible approval of employment agreement pending closed session discussion and deliberation on final terms and conditions for the appointment of Kanika Kith as the city manager. Mr. City Attorney, please provide presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This item has come back to you because as required under state law, the terms of an employment contract for an executive official has to be approved at a regular meeting in open session as a non-consent item. I will note for the record that the City Council has deliberated in closed session with respect to the terms of the contract. I am legally obligated to quickly summarize the salient provisions based on the direction we received from staff. I also want to make note that a copy of the finalized version of the agreement has been available for members of the public here in the council chambers as stated on the agenda. City Council direction, the contract essentially mirrors the contract of prior city manager Nick Kimmel, save a couple of key points. Unlike Mr. Kimball's contract, at least as of now, there will be no CPI or anti-compaction provision to the agreement. Ms. Kith's base salary will be $264,350 as the starting salary. Medical benefits are pursuant to Resolution 8289, which was similar to Mr. Kimball's. With respect to CalPERS retirement, Ms. Kith is currently at Tier 2. However, her status will soon be changing to Tier 3 will be changing to Tier 2 Classic. There is deferred comp, long-term disability, severance of 18 months, and an annual evaluation with optional quarterly evaluations as well. And those are the salient terms of the agreement. And if you'd like to deliberate or entertain motions, you can do so.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? No?
Just want to thank her again for her service and congratulate her.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved, as stated by the city attorney.
Second.
Second?
I just have one point of discussion. I think the council is just discussing budget-wise, is why we didn't add the other 2 points.
That's it? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and member of the council. Thank you.
Can we do this, the walk-on item real quick? That will be a quick one. That's the, where is it? Do we have that on? Did I get that?
Yeah, so it's the,
It was approved. Yes,
Is
Madam
it-
Mayor, the walk-on item was approved as part of the approval agenda.
Oh, okay.
But Mr. Padilla, wouldn't we still have to, the approval was to put on the agenda, but it
Yeah,
wasn't
so
to approve the item.
you've only agreed to bring it up
Put it
as a
on the
discussion
agenda.
item, as an
Where
item.
do I have that? Do I have that here? Do you have it?
And a point of clarification, Mr. Padilla, in the past, we've usually ascribed a number to a walk-on item. So are we calling this item number 12?
Yeah, I had stepped away when it was walked on, but yeah, that would be appropriate to add it as item number 12.
And since it wasn't made as part of the motion, is it okay for us to make it item number 12 now?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that would be,
It's item number 12.
The clerk can
Yes.
reflect that it's item number 12.
Yes. Okay, a walk-on item to discuss and consider potentially extending the mobile Mexican consulate office program services. And so that when we had our press conference on Friday, the Mexican consulate, Gustavo Martinez Cianca, asked that they would like to extend the clinic for another 15 days once it ends on November 4th. And just so the community will know that mobile clinic is really going very well. They're filling up with 200 clients every day, 200, clients that are attending this mobile clinic every day, requesting Mexican passports, la cartilla, what they call the cartilla, and their voter, their ability to vote, I guess, in Mexico. So those are the services they're providing. They also pay for those services to the Mexican consulate, and they obtain the documents at that moment as they wait. So it's very well organized, and it's full to capacity. They're really pleased with the location. He stated that it's the best location they've ever used, and the only location that has filled all their appointment slots. So they want to continue it for additional 15 days. And in fact, they asked to return every 2 months for an additional month. But right now, we're only going to consider the 15 additional days. And what I'm asking is that you counsel to send a letter to Congresswoman Luz Rivas to see if she will cover the additional 15 days to have it here at the San Fernando Rec Park at the pool area, which we lease to the county. We still have to go through the county as well to see if they will allow us to continue to use it. So the ask is that we go to the county and get their permission to continue, and then also ask Congresswoman Luz Rivas. So that will give us permission to send her the letter. So I make a motion for that. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
But Madam Mayor, may I make a friendly, offer a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
That we do that, and that we also make the request of our county supervisor, because maybe she has a different pot too for fee waivers. Does she just need to waive the fee? Maybe that's an option.
No, she doesn't. I don't know if she can waive. It's a county facility, so only the county can waive the fee. They would probably actually have to pay the fee.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
maybe-
that's, I believe that's how it goes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to clarify that. So to answer that question, for this 1 month, County Supervisor Horvath used her discretionary fund to pay to
Oh.
cover the fund. She couldn't waive the fee.
Oh, okay.
So I think they only were able to waive half, and the other half was through her discretionary fund. We did ask the county about the additional 2 weeks for coverage. They were asking if we have discretionary fund to cover the additional 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, and I just want to get clarification from direction. You mentioned to reach out to the county to see if we could use the facility for additional 2 weeks, and I know our staff been working on that already. But you want us to send out a formal letter to Congresswoman Luz Rivas requesting to?
Yes. So I guess it's, maybe it has several asks. First is, does council want to continue it for the additional 15 days, right? We should vote on that. And then if it's a yes, then do they want to send a letter to Councilwoman Luz Rivas and see if she will fund the additional 15 days? We need to find out how much that is. And then let's say she says no, then do the option of sending a letter to Senator Menjivar to see if she will fund it. If not, then I guess our Assemblywoman Rodriguez.
Madam Mayor,
as
can
we
I
go down.
recommend we do off?
All three at the same time?
Madam Mayor, if we maybe ask the county supervisor through a formal letter, if we're gonna be sending a letter to our Congresswoman, maybe send a formal letter to our county supervisor as well and ask her formally to cover the additional 2 weeks, give her the opportunity first.
Okay. All right.
And maybe also added to school board member Kelly Gomez. I believe all the elected officials need to be part of this since we have this emergency. I believe they have also, kind of good faith to support our immigrant community since she came several times to speak on these issues. Maybe if we can include all the elected officials who represent our city of San Fernando.
Yeah, maybe they'll all want to contribute towards it. Who
Okay,
knows?
but I understand, I think that we're going to prioritize the county supervisor almost like a respect thing because she has already put
She's
so
the one
much
that's-
money into it. We're still giving her the first kind of option if she's able.
And just for reference for the community, that location cost was $15,000 for the first 4 weeks.
That's correct. It
15,000.
was a little bit more than 15,000, right? It was like 15,000 something, Julio?
50,200.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So we have the motion. Yes, yes, Vice Mayor Solorio?
Thank you. Just to clarify, so to do the additional 2 weeks, what would be the cost?
We don't know.
We don't have that.
We currently send the inquiry to the County Parks and Recreation Department, and we're waiting for the response.
Okay, and then follow up, let's say that we cannot get the funds. In terms of continuing to have this event, is there another facility that we have in the city that will allow for it? I know in the past we've talked about that, but I just want to clarify again. Like if we were to move them, if
Yeah,
we
Madam
can't get the funds?
Vice Mayor, there was the option when we presented to the council before to partnership with Santa Rosa Church.
Yeah.
Julio, you want to speak a little bit more about the Santa Rosa Church, why that was a second option for the county?
Yeah, so Santa Rosa Church was Plan B for this first round. The aquatic center was chosen only because the room was bigger, it was more accessible, and actually it has an elevator, which makes it easier with all the equipment that they bring in. But Santa Rosa did meet the internet requirements, although their space is a little smaller.
Mhm.
The Mexican consulate would have been able to work with it.
So would Santa Rosa Church be waiving the fees or we would have to pay additional fees to them?
I believe Santa Rosa Church was willing to waive fees, but did specify that that donations were accepted.
Wonderful. And I think just to, further this conversation, it would be good if we don't get the funds in time, that we do not just cancel out that we won't have the event. If we can get to talking to Santa Rosa Church and if they are willing to take a donation or whether just waiving the fee, then we can move forward with that plan. And if that doesn't work, maybe talking to our partners in the city of Pacoima or Silmar and seeing if, because I don't want to miss this opportunity where we could just transfer it maybe to Councilwoman Rodriguez, even if they have the capacity, where it's just the city over and we're still offering the services, not directly in San Fernando, but the service, like we all mentioned, is very well attended. So I want to make sure that we're not losing the opportunity to extend it only because San Fernando can't do it at the pool. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm in agreement with that. I think that just for the community, I think that the concept it looks amazing, the location that it's at, and they loved it, and they referenced they've been in our neighboring cities, and they want to, so just, we want to offer it, they may not accept it. They may want to stay because it's so nice, and it looks like a government, building, but we can certainly do that. Another option, we could always partner with our neighboring council district. I guess CD7 covers this completely all the way around. I mean, if she's willing to even cover the cost, we could still call it a joint event and say it's between City of Los Angeles, Monica Rodriguez's office, and City of San Fernando, and keep it here, which is where everybody likes it. I mean, if she wants, she would have her promotion of her council district. It's a collaboration. That's another option. Just throwing things out because I don't know what they will accept. So if that end goal is to keep it local, that might be an option.
Because there certainly is a need, a big need in this area, so it's something that we can consider. So are we done with our motions and friendly amendments and all that here?
Do you have enough
What are we voting
direction?
on? We-
What was the question?
Did we have any friendly nothing?
I think it was
No,
the
we-
addition of
that's
all
it.
the letters / making
all
sure that we have a facility within
Mm.
the additional 2 weeks. Whether it's our facility or not, a different
Mm-hmm.
facility could be possible.
To explore the options outlined during our discussion.
There you go.
All right, okay.
So the motion would be to look into extending to 2 weeks. First, reach out to the county for the space availability. If so, work out with our county supervisor, give her the option to cover the fund for additional 2 weeks. If she's not able to reach out to Congresswoman Luz Rivas, and then Senator Menjivar, and then Assemblywoman Rodriguez,
Mm-hmm.
and as well as Board Member Kelly Gones to cover the fund. And if that funding opportunity is not there, then to reach out to Council Member Rodriguez. To see
Well, I
if
think the church would be the next option, given that the church is basically free.
Yeah.
reach out to the church for using its location. The issue I see with relocating for 2 weeks, I don't know if the consulate would be interested in relocating all their equipment, all their setup for 2 weeks. That I
Yeah,
think,
'cause
I
they like the
believe
3
they want to
days.
extend it to because of the location, right?
Mhm.
So I would recommend maybe we reach out to Councilmember Rodriguez, see if she's willing to help cover the additional 2 weeks fund since we are surrounded by the city of LA. And if that's not an option, then we'll go back and speak to the consulate office if they would like to stay additional 2 weeks, but transition to Santa Rosa Church. How about that?
You.
Or let's say, one of them can't cover the full amount, maybe they can combine the amounts and say, I'll put so much, and we can combine all the amounts they can contribute, right? As a whole, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so,
We got it.
roll call, please.
Could use our reserves, right? For 2 weeks?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm not too keen on using our reserves.
Or as we're gonna look into this fee waiver account, maybe that's something that we can use to cover the fee waiver.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good use of it.
I would think the fee waiver, or our,
That's for city though, city fees. I don't think we
Yeah.
have a county fee waiver.
I was gonna say, we're gonna use Santa Rosa to use our community investment funds to donate rather than using general funds, because I don't think we can use general funds as a donation. So I would say
Oh,
use,
I was thinking about the fee for the using the pool building.
Since it would be a county building, that's the issue.
it's
so-
actually cash, real
Yeah,
cash.
Yeah, so
Not invisible.
community investment fund would be an absolute allowable use of that for that
Yeah.
reason, if I may.
Yeah. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right. What do I have now? Come on. Where am I? Okay, where am I here? No. Hold on, please.
Joel's item, and then.
Oh, yeah.
Item 11, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay, I crossed it out. Discussion and consideration on city policies and procedures, and this item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes. So I have Exhibit A on here. It has items A through G, which is a summary of many of the items, if not most of them, that we discussed at the previous city council meeting. The longest item on here is item F, which is the procedural manual. And in the event that we do close the meeting early today or by 10 or whatnot, I would at least want to get through item F before we get to the other items. The other items are fairly quick, but as we know, a quick item can often turn into a long debate. So that being said, I wanted to start with item F before we start with any of the other items. And the city clerk left a booklet, not a booklet, a stapled stack of papers on your desk. It is an email correspondence with me and the vice mayor. And in addition to that, the second page reads proposed revisions to the San Fernando City Council procedural manual. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you're able to put this on the feed so that members of the public, yes, exactly, on the feed so that members of the public can go along. It would be helpful, although not required, if we can actually alternate as needed between the feed and the procedural manual itself. I tried to copy and paste as much from the procedural manual as I could, but at the same time make it as precise as I could and as short as I could. And so the first change is to the preamble. This change was actually recommended to this section by the city attorney because as I commented to him, there are so many rules in the procedural manual that we don't follow. And throughout the years, people have told me, hey, is this valid? You guys didn't do it this way. You didn't do it this way. And it almost seems as though there's a lot of things that we do based on the civil code, which is great, California and federal law, but we aren't following our own internal rules. And so Mr. Padilla did provide recommended, so change one is proposed revision will clarify that if a guideline in the procedural manual is overlooked, it does not invalidate an action. Mr. Padilla did send us a recommendation. It's the very last paragraph of that packet. And the preamble that he wrote, or the addition to the preamble that he wrote is, the failure of the city council to strictly follow any rules or procedures set forth in this manual shall not operate to invalidate any action taken by the city council, provided such action is otherwise made in compliance with applicable state or federal law and the San Fernando Municipal Code. So he's basically saying if we forget the rules here, as long as we follow the law.
But where, Councilmember Fajardo, where does it say that? On the paper?
Mr. Padilla's recommendation?
The city clerk created a packet. It's actually, I think, in the very back. It's the
Very
last
back of the
paragraph,
packet.
The very last paragraph. It's not necessarily in the same order, right? I
No.
apologize for that.
Most of the stuff is in the same order. This happens to be out of order. Let me know when I can go on.
You can go on. I'm just gonna do a full disclosure. I just take more time to review, so I'm probably gonna, I don't think I can do it in real time, like
Got it.
assess it. I'll probably abstain if we're gonna go that right. Kind of the same reason why I put my other item off. 'Cause
Uh-huh.
it's like, I like to see the red line and just like think about it first.
We won't be voting on this.
Oh, we won't?
No, we'll just be giving them direction to put an updated draft together, so it's actually all written in the procedural manual. So this will just be saying that in premise, you will allow them to put a draft so that we can then review the draft. Any questions on that first part? Okay, so the first part is saying that if we overlook one of the rules, but we followed the law, the item is still valid.
So I think, and just to add, so instead of, I guess, going through it, if it's going to be drafted, then we don't have to go through it since it's going to be drafted, correct?
I think that it's helpful to know what the proposed changes are so that it helps staff know if there's an item that the city council objects to. Otherwise, why would we have drafted language that the council already objects to?
When I think that's why it's important to have this before the meeting, and we had it right before the meeting. So I don't know that it's appropriate, I guess, to like review it and then say that we are approving the draft. Does that make sense?
We're not approving a draft, we're just allowing a draft to be presented.
So, right, so if the draft's gonna be presented, I guess I'm asking, why are we going through it now?
To know if there's anything objectionable that shouldn't be drafted.
Versus objecting to it later? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, versus objecting to it later, so that staff doesn't spend time on stuff that the city council doesn't want.
And just for, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
And
Councilmember
I
Lopez.
just wanted clarification on this procedure. This is the first time that we follow or review the manual, right?
Not-
And be approval for the council? This is the first time?
For this.
Yeah,
this
because we've been following, supposed to, this manual, right?
Oh, yeah, it's been changed. So when I came on in 2012, I realized that it hadn't been updated, at least significantly. There were smaller updates in a while. So we did a pretty big revision in 2013. And then there have been little mini revisions ever since 2013. I think it was 2013.
Yeah, because I overview this and I I see this a lot of information is missing. Like like that commissioners committed, we have people that was serving here for per se maybe 5 years, they no longer serve, right?
So with regards to I think that you're talking to about the disaster council, is
Yeah,
that correct?
that one.
So the disaster council is one of the things that we're discussing today. It's not what I'm talking about right now, but it is on the list of items we're discussing.
Okay.
So can I proceed with these? Okay. So the first change is, on the preamble is, if we overlook a rule but we're following the law, the item is still valid. The second item on the preamble is simply stating, it's taking out mention of Robert's Rules of Order, not in the entire document, but it's saying that, it says accordingly, rules may be waived at any meeting by motion in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. It's just saying accordingly, they may be waived at any meeting by motion, which is essentially what we do. So it's just taking out a few words. Robert's Rules of Order is still mentioned many times throughout the document. Section 1.1,
Want
regular.
us to tell you when we object, or are we just going through them first?
I think that if we have objections, yeah, it'd be good to know as we go along. So I guess if you want to do it that way, are there any objections to change 1 in the preamble?
Not to change one, that was
Go-
just a general.
Go ahead.
Not to change one on my end.
Yeah. Oh, you mean leave it as is? So don't add the clarification?
No objections.
Oh, no objections to change 1, okay.
No objection.
Okay. Are there any objections to change 2?
So for change 2, I just want to, I mean, given that everybody on this council is not going off of this moment, I guess they're not trying to vote on everything is what it seems like at this point. But I guess my question to you is, why make the change? Why does it need to get shortened or not?
Because we almost never really reference Robert's Rules of Order. It's like a couple hundred pages, the document. And to say that we've waived the rules in connection with the rules of Robert's Rules of Order and probably none of us have recently read the 200 or some odd pages of Robert's Rules of Order, doesn't seem to be an accurate reflection of how we do business.
I think it would help me a lot. I'm sorry I'm still not understanding. There's proposed revisions in the front and then there's red lines of those in the back, not necessarily in the same order. Is that what it is?
The red lines in the back are just related to different things that we've discussed. There's actually a city attorney communication document, and so I wouldn't focus on the red lines in the back right now.
Councilmember Fajardo, so what you provided here are the corrections that you've made, are the
Or
changes that the
recommendations.
recommendations. Is there any way that this can be incorporated into what we have here, the old rules, right? And incorporated and line out?
So like redlined, if we have
Now-
council direction, that doesn't mean they have to
Yeah.
agree to it, but you could at least read it in context.
Yeah, that way we can see what was there and what it's being changed to.
So then if we can
possibility?
give staff direction to allow these changes to be incorporated into a draft,
Yeah.
with the understanding that doesn't mean that we're going to pass them,
Right.
but that it at least gives us the ability to read them in context. Plus any additional, I still have a few things to discuss with staff, very, very small items, with some potential additional items, but staff didn't undertake the process of providing a version that has everything marked out until we know that the council is okay with them working on it to produce such a document.
Well, let me see. Ms. Kith, I know this is quite a bit of work, but what are the possibilities of this?
So what we could do, we'll bring the changes back. So what council wants to see is actually all the changes being incorporated and red line changes into our existing procedure manual, right?
Yes.
Staff could incorporate that. And one item that staff would also like to make the changes as well is regarding the selection of mayor and vice mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, if the election date is changed to June, right? In
Right.
here, there's a portion that says selection is done in December. So we should probably want to.
That's in
Yes,
here.
yes.
That's one of the suggested
okay.
changes,
Yeah.
yeah.
So staff can make those changes, do a red line change and present that at a later date.
All right. And Councilmember Fajardo, do you plan to make more changes or this is it for you?
Very small amounts.
Okay.
I was reminded today just by being here at the meeting, or I should say I was reminded, but I recalled that at different city council meetings, we've said, for example, that if someone speaks in Spanish at the podium for public comments, that our translators will do the translation. I figured, I forgot that we had discussed about that, like, 7, 8 months ago. So that probably should have been in here too. So there might be some things that I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so far, this product, I've been putting all this together, has taken over 15 hours. So it's a lot of reading that's going through it. And is it possible that I'll come up with like a few more things? Yeah, but not anything huge. I think I got all the big items in this handout. I think everything else would be a much smaller item. So then if we want to have the direction for staff to produce a version with the red lines showing these proposed changes with the understanding that they don't have to be adopted, that will at least give us a product that we can read as one read through as opposed to doing it piecemeal.
Yeah. And you want it on during that agenda item, or we want to see it before?
The earlier we can get things, the better. We'll be more prepared. And
Yeah, I agree.
Mm,
Yeah.
Is it possible to get it before the meeting? Is that a possibility?
I'm gonna give our city clerk there an opportunity to give a
Great,
timeline
and just so
on when she
speedy.
can make the changes.
So I'd like to know when council would like the changes to come back to, which
You know,
meeting?
You have time. I
Is-
think.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
it's
a- there's
whenever
not a-
you have time,
Yeah.
Julia. I don't know that we need it tomorrow, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like these are substantial changes in red line version. I could shoot for the December 1st meeting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Bring back a red line version.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Madam Mayor, actually, I believe, I don't remember if it you or was it another council member or Councilmember Fajardo, I can't remember that somebody mentioned that December, the council would like to keep that more ceremonial, keep the
In
item
the
light?
past, we've done the December meeting, the rotational meeting as ceremonial usually, unless there's an important staff
Oh, yeah,
item.
we have done that.
So then I do
December.
recommend that we have it at the last November meeting.
Mhm.
And I can assist with it. Now that I finished the original portion, I can assist with getting some of it in there.
I think,
Put that in there.
Councilmember Fajardo, what I think will help staff if you email us this Word version so we can incorporate it in rather than retyping it up.
Yeah, Madam City Manager, he
will-
has. He
Oh,
has
yes, okay.
provided the Word document.
And I can help
so-
with part of it. I just want to make sure that we have council's blessing. So then it seems that we have direction then that we can bring this back in the last November meeting. I'll assist with it. Any of these items that we include as a draft are not guaranteed or implied that they will be passed, but it will at least be for us to read it in context to discuss.
Yes.
Okay. And then with regards to the other items, if you want to go to the agenda, I do have, at least in my booklet, it's page 181 at the bottom. It is the Exhibit A. It does have some of the other items that we discussed as a city council. So, number A says trademarking the city logo, and this was brought to our attention by Councilmember Lopez. And Mr. Padilla advised us that the city can trademark its logos, but not its official seal or flag. And this item is to provide staff direction. So Mr. Padilla said that if we can trademark our logos, it's a pretty good idea. He said it's fairly inexpensive to do, and it does protect the city to some degree. We can't trademark as much as we'd like, but for whatever we can do, he said that he and staff can work on it if they have direction. And he thinks that the trademark cost is like $80 or maybe something around there.
Yeah, per each one, there's a $70 application form. So to my surprise, federal law seems rather restrictive in terms of trademarking governmental type seals, but there are what they ambiguously refer to as logos. So as Councilman said, to the extent that there are things that we can trademark, we're happy to pursue that and bring that back to you, obviously, before we do anything final.
So do we have city council direction to allow them to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fajardo, I have a question. So if the direction for council is for us to trademark it, I think what we could do then is maybe allocate that for our next year budget because we don't have budget allocated for our city attorney to be working on it at the moment.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Item B, increased participation at transaction tax town halls. So when we passed Measure A and we passed Measure SF, there were essentially tax town halls that we promised we would have. It allows community members, or really even non-community members, pretty much anyone to come in and to speak about our budget. They get a little review from city staff, but it usually ends up being in person around what, 2 people, 3 people?
Yes, historically, 2 to 3 people. I will say, surprisingly, at the last one, we had a whopping, how many was it? About 12 people. So I don't know how that happened, but in any case, but yes, historically, it's been a very, very low attended meeting that we hold twice a year, usually in September and then again in February.
And so they've essentially had 3 special meetings a year, correct?
Yes, in addition to that, we also hold a special town hall during the budget process as well.
And so staff liked the idea of being able to combine these town halls with city council meetings. It allows staff to have more time to prepare for the meetings by not having these special meetings. It saves on resources, and it allows us to potentially get more feedback from people who are here at our city council meetings from other items. Do you have a question, Mr. Padilla?
Yeah, and I would just make the point that you did ask me to look at the ballot measure language, and the ballot measure language actually does command that the ballot measure commands that the city prepare an annual report, and that report be presented at a city council meeting. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a regular city council meeting, but it is something that has to come before this body. So that would be consistent with merging it with regular meetings.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have a recommendation for that. Just because something that's come up with the budget process is it goes so long. We have like multiple meetings for the budget. And I think it is helpful for the public when you know you're going to watch something, you know the topic it's going to be about. So I don't know if we have to call it, if we call it a study session, a working group, a special meeting. but it's something, it could be like the hour before or start at 6 and our regular meeting starts at 7, so that it is a separate and distinct thing someone can tune into and get that information. Just kind of like you can tune into and hear PD budget or Public Works budget. That might be a way, instead of this gigantic midnight meeting, that it's still held on the same day, so it cuts out the extra special meeting, but it's a distinct topic. If someone wants to go to YouTube, they can just see, oh, what was that special presentation, and just watch that.
What is staff's opinion on that?
Staff has no opposition to that. I'm actually looking at our finance director. It's kind of like what we just recently did for the planning item, where we just have a special meeting right before council meeting, where we just focus on that discussion before we have our regular meeting.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, it is always best to talk about numbers with a fresh perspective as opposed to at the end of the meeting. So staff not only is not opposed to it, but we certainly welcome it. Thank you.
Okay, and so is there sufficient direction? And does the resolution need to be changed, Mr. Padilla, or can the resolution stand as is?
This does not need to require a resolution. I mean, you can simply. Oh, okay, yeah, then we would
We'll
need.
bring back a resolution.
Okay.
I do have a question. How many people actually look at those videos on the budget for the, Measure A and SF? Do we know?
Madam Mayor, during the budget session meetings, there may be 2 to 4 noted.
But on the ones that Erica gives?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Noted viewers.
But, after it's already all done, and do they go and look at it?
That statistic I
How
have
many-
not looked at.
I do still think that it's still fairly low, as engaging as and as entertaining as we attempt to be. The numbers still probably don't speak to the volume in which you would want to for us, especially considering the amount of staff time and resources that
Yeah.
are required to conduct those.
Okay.
And certainly there may be other opportunities or outlet that doesn't necessarily, number one, require it or formalize it to that level. But I think that it's the resolution that mandates it and makes it so restrictive is probably more of the issue. And certainly, again, we can rebrand and certainly still and yet do town halls. But when you have it in resolution format where it requires and
Required to.
mandates it, I think that that's more of the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have direction on that then?
Yes.
Great. So we did speak about amending the city council meeting days when we have an election before, the day, when we have a city council meeting before the day of an election. And staff's preference was to have a regular meeting the day after the election, so a Wednesday. If we were to say, we don't like that, we want to have it on a Monday, so we'll have it on a second and third Monday of the month as opposed to the first and third Monday. Staff said it would be challenging for them, first of all. And then second of all, they indicated that there might not be enough time in between meetings to get stuff together. So their recommendation is if we want to continue this to have, we'd also have to figure out a situation with the planning commission because when they meet, it's the second meeting of the month. And so to simplify things, staff asked that we considered having our first meeting on the first Wednesday of the month in the months where there's an election,
Yes.
a statewide election.
Yeah.
If I may,
Yes,
I did have one qualification on the draft language that I supplied, and I wrestled with this issue, so I would like clarification here. I did limit that to the city's own general municipal elections, but was your intent to have it apply to both the spring statewide and the fall statewide elections?
I was thinking both, but it seems like it's too much for the city. At the very least, let's do it for the city council elections. So is that the direction then, just to limit it now for city council elections and see how it goes?
We did it on this one. Well,
This is a statewide one, yeah. I don't mind doing it statewide, but then we're doing it twice a month where we're meeting Wednesdays instead of Mondays. I personally don't mind, but my colleagues, what do you all feel?
You can bring it back. I'm gonna think about that one. Oh, we're deciding right now.
yes.
Councilmember Lopez, do you prefer,
I open.
you're open?
Well, we did vote on this one that we're going to be off this.
This one, we're
on the,
going to be off on this one.
and
But
the
for future ones, how we want to handle it.
It would be for our city council meetings, right?
So you're assuming city council elections only is what you're saying?
Yeah, city council elections, sorry.
Okay, so we'll leave it at city council elections for now.
Because for me, I feel weird. I feel like it should be elections or not at all,
Uh-huh.
or for elections. Because this wasn't like, this November is not a city council, it's one
No.
question. It's one little bubble. But we
It is it's a
we-
very important bubble.
Important one to vote no on. But it's one, we canceled it for a proposition
Yes.
vote. So what is and I kind of before I was on the council, I was like, they're taking time off. Why? Because they want to campaign, because they want to help themselves.
Yeah.
So I feel like we don't do it for us, we do it for elections,
Yeah,
or we don't
that makes
do it.
sense. So then shall we go with that then? We do it for elections? Vice Mayor Solorio, so the conversation is, this year we are taking a regular city council meeting off due to the election that's happening the day after. If we continue that tradition in years going forward, should it be for all instances where we have an election, which will often be twice a year, right? Sometimes more. Or should it be for only the city council election?
That's a good question.
Position that we're not having a meeting for. So that's the
Oh, we're saying
difference.
that we're not having the meeting due to the proposition versus an election.
Well, we're saying this year we're doing it as a result of the proposition. But in future years, if we take off a meeting the day before the election,
On even numbered years, we have two elections. We have a primary and we have a
Primary and general.
primary and general election. So are we going to be taking off?
Just-
both of them,
Mr. Padilla has a comment to make.
And this is just to add to the discussion. As it's worded in the draft language that I prepared, what would happen is if the election is, let's say it's the statewide election or the city's general municipal election in June, for example, which would be on a Tuesday. So the council meeting on that Monday before the election would be canceled, but it would be replaced by a Wednesday meeting. So you would meet the day after the election, and that would be your regular meeting. But it's only, as it's worded right now, it only applies to the general
Right.
election.
so we're talking about how we want it, if we want,
Right.
so.
I'm going to say when we have a city election, a city council election, because you're going to come to a meeting, you're going to be, if they're running, whoever's running, whether you're with them or not, they're going to be just thinking about campaigning, and their mind is not going to be on the meeting. Their mind is going to be campaigning, what's happening, or they may not even show up because they want to be out there making calls and doing their last minute, flyers or whatever. So
But as we've seen with this ballot measure, it's so important that we're taking off or we're rescheduling our first meeting for November because it's so important. And in a different election, whatever, 5 years from now, someone might have an issue that is so important to them, maybe even more important than this ballot measure. And then we're saying that they can't, or proposition, and we're saying that they can't take it off. So I do kind of agree with what you're saying, that we do it for all elections or we do it for
city elections.
none.
Um,
Or we can just
Richard,
take,
Mr. Padilla?
Well, I don't want to know the council.
or we can just table this for now and we just play it election by election and we see what materializes. Just through our own,
And we're taking a vote right now on this, or is this something that's
No, it's-
coming back for the procedural manual?
no, this isn't part of the procedural manual. This would be a separate item
Oh, okay.
because it came up in discussion with the change for this election.
Yeah.
So it's just about whether we want to continue with that tradition, or maybe we just don't make a decision. We just do it, we play it by ear, election by election.
Will this be added to, I know it didn't come up as part of the procedural manual, but will it be added to the procedural manual?
It only would if we made this change, but it's so easy to make the change after. It's not like it really makes our job more challenging. So this can be changed later. So if we don't have a decision right now, then we can just say that we table this and we'll
Well,
consider this another time.
We can't even vote on it, on that item.
No,
because
but
it's not
we can give
agendized.
Yeah,
But
direct-
all
Mr.
you
Padilla?
can do right now is give direction to come back
Right.
at some point.
So, so it appears that
You'd
there's
have
no
to, well,
direction.
you'd have to agendize it anyway, so we'll talk about it later.
So let's just have it now that it's just been no direction. So if it comes up later organically, it comes up.
Would-
So what? So no direction on this one. So there's
Well,
no,
would you like to disagree on when to bring it back, or you want to just leave
I think
that?
if it organically comes back, it'll come back if we find the need for it.
Okay.
Disaster Council, this was brought up by Councilmember Lopez. And the city clerk said that she can do this administratively. As long as she has direction, she'll just take care of this and get it updated. Is there any objection to doing that? Okay, that one's easy, but it hasn't been updated, I think, in like 4 years or something. So, which is kind of crazy, especially for disasters. So, item,
Madam Mayor, I would like to also request that for this disaster item council, under that list is actually our planning commission, our commission and committee list. Under that list, they have a senior advisory committee list on there, and that senior advisory hasn't been active for a while. So staff recommend to eliminate it because we do have a very robust senior activity, a senior club where our staff is available at the senior club event, where if there's any issues or concern or anything that the senior want to see in a program,
Yeah.
they can voice it to our staff and we take into consideration.
I agree with that one, because they even had trouble having them come in when we did have it. They couldn't get in here, so.
so Ms. Kith, you'll bring that to consent for a future meeting?
If we can get direction from council to update that list,
Mhm.
we could include it as while we do the disaster council list as well.
Okay. I think there's direction. Is that fine?
So everybody's in agreement with
Yeah,
that?
I am.
Update that list means eliminate the,
Eliminate.
means eliminate?
Yeah.
Okay.
City council contact. So we have a policy in place with city council contact. We have a policy in place with city attorney services. We don't even necessarily follow these forms as we should. So it was about clarifying them so that we're following them correctly. And then we have a request to agendize form. These are in your, this begins on page 215 of your booklet. This is the city council contacts. It's basically just a purpose to remind city council on how they can communicate with employees. It's very restrictive. We actually made it a little bit less restrictive over the years. It almost sounds as though they don't want us to talk to employees. I simply want this updated that union activities aren't prohibited. If there's labor groups who want to talk to us, this isn't a violation of that code. I think that when it was drafted, maybe like 10 years ago, not the current draft, but the like one from 10 years ago, that was kind of the intent to keep them out a little bit, so we loosened it. But I just want a clarifying sentence in here that we can talk to our labor groups. And then for the attorney services, which is on page 217, we also haven't really been following this correctly. Basically, if Mr. Padilla does any work for any of us, he's supposed to distribute it to all 5 council members. But someone might just have a hypothetical like, hey, what if we wanted to have a discussion item on vacant homes, as I mentioned with the senator when she was here. And you might just want, a quick paragraph feedback on what we can do, what we can't do as a city. This is basically clarifying that if we just have a procedural question for Richard, a clarification question, he can answer us as an individual. But if it's a hotly contested item, of course, he's going to include all of us in the research that he does. So technically, Mr. Padilla?
Well, finish your thought, but I did want to kind of clarify my.
I'll let you clarify it in your words.
Yeah. So one of the issues we're trying to wrestle with here is, obviously there are instances perhaps where you're not ready to share perhaps something that you're studying with the larger group. So there was a concern about perhaps some confidentiality being maintained. As it's worded right now, you are allowed to come to me with like ethics-related questions, FPPC-related conflicts questions, and the policy does state that I'm not obligated to share that with you. I can treat with you one-on-one. If I understand, I don't want to put words into Councilman Fajardo's mouth, but the way I understood it is that there may be issues that aren't necessarily ethics related, but there may be some issue that you're studying but not necessarily ready to discuss with the larger group. So the way I drafted the policy was that to the extent that it merely sought information, it wasn't necessarily engaging in advocacy, and to the extent that it wasn't relating to something that either was going to be, that it was currently under consideration or was going to be voted on, in which case I think all of you should be entitled to have the same information if something's going to be voted on. That would be the only instance where I would share it.
And technically, since he's already been operating that way, one can make a really weird argument that some of us have been in, not me, but like the body as a whole has been in violation of not following that rule. So I just want us to have a policy in place that actually reflects how we do business. One other change that I might recommend to this is that in the procedural manual, and this isn't part of the procedural manual, but in the procedural manual, it talks about your ability to assist with Form 700s. Half of it is about you as a city attorney. The other half is about the clerk's role in receiving it. But Ms. Fritz, you no longer have those same duties, is that correct?
No, that is, I do still have the same duties.
The
of the Form
duties are the
700.
same?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that they might have changed since we do it online now. Okay.
No.
In any event, if you wanted to restate it in here, that's fine, but I wanted to see if we could have direction to bring those two items back. It'll be redlined like it is with the procedural manual. Is that fine?
I'm sorry, is for this 215 and 217, are these the new proposed policies? These are the old ones?
These are the ones that I think I'm the only one the council knows exist. So yeah.
Okay, and
These are the existing ones.
so the same thing, maybe
We
we'll
want
get
to
like
bring
a
it
red
back
line?
with the red line, yep.
Okay, of the proposed changes.
Exactly.
Okay,
So that's all we're
I
asking
need
for.
red lines.
Got it. And then the last part of that is the request to agendize form. That's page 219. There is a box that says priorities, budget, and fiscal impact. Again, I don't want to debate this too much, but I feel that those were kind of put in there to dissuade us from putting stuff on the agenda. And some of this stuff doesn't make sense. Is this included in the current fiscal year priorities? Almost everything that's about community well-being is somehow tied to a fiscal year priority. Is this a budgeted item? Sometimes it's just staff work. So is the answer yes or no? And is there a fiscal impact? Anything can have a fiscal impact, even if it takes one more minute of staff time. So I feel that these are just so broad in nature. We can just add a sentence under background and analysis if the council member wants to provide any background info on priorities, budget, or fiscal impact.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can have that red line version as well. And then the last thing that we hadn't started on, because and this is the last one, it's actually just as voluminous as all of this, is the handbook that Councilmember Lopez mentioned. It is a massive undertaking and it's going to probably take us, I mean, at least me, like another 15 hours to go through it. And I also don't want to omit anything that she wanted to discuss. So the recommendation with staff is that we create a little ad hoc for the handbook so that you and I can work on it. So I'm working on the items, or we're working on the items that are important to you. And it doesn't seem like we intentionally tried to overlook anything. So then I just wanted to see if we could have, I don't know if we need direction or if we need a formal vote to create an ad hoc, if you're open to being on one more ad hoc with me, council member.
I'd like to take a vote on that.
Okay, so Councilmember, are you okay with being on one more ad hoc with me for the handbook?
Yes.
Okay, so I will move to create an ad hoc for the city council handbook and for other matters as described in paragraph G of this agenda item, with the members being Councilmember Joel Fajardo, that being me, of course, and Councilmember Lopez.
Can we vote on that if that's not agendized?
Yeah, I mean, this
Okay.
arises from that. I guess the only clarification I would have is that, do you have direction for the ad hoc in terms of what they come back with or when they should come back?
Another one of these.
It's gonna be a while. I think that one's probably gonna spill into January.
Okay, so
And
is the-
redlined,
is
not
the-
like
the
this.
idea is to bring back something for discussion only at that.
No, if they allow us to do the redlinings in advance, that'll actually save us some time.
Yes.
Okay, so with redlinings in advance.
Well, but what I mean is you'll come back with the red lines, but it'll be to just discuss them, not to approve them on this when they're brought
Right,
back, right?
right.
Is that, well, I don't want to put words
Yeah,
into his
not to
mouth.
approve them on the spot.
Correct.
Right, well, it'll be for discussion, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
But for the
Okay.
city council one, we will have a chance to approve it in November. It'll be discussion and possible approval for the procedural manual. Not the handbook.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, so
Separate
then,
item.
so that is the motion then to approve the ad hoc as stated for item G as it reads in the manual. And to have authority to work with staff on redlining items for a further city council discussion on the handbook. So that was the motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And on this, I'm sorry, but for this, you know how you have that marking in the back, on the document? Can you put that a little lighter? The logo,
Oh,
just
the watermark on the
the
back.
watermark. Can you just make it a little lighter?
We'll look into that, yeah.
Yeah, just
Just the
lighter.
watermark.
Have to agendize it?
That'll be part of updating the form.
I move to approve to make this. Okay, so. Okay. So we're done with the agenda. Okay, next item on the agenda is staff communication, including commission updates.
We were going with item 5.
Oh, shoot.
Do you
Okay.
want me to provide you guys a red line? It's not much, but I'll provide you guys a red line. I think I have a headache. No
Okay.
offense, Councilmember.
Okay.
We'll table it to the next meeting and I'll get
Next
that to you
meeting.
guys.
Thank you. All right. As,
I think if there's dispute, then you would need to vote, but if there's unanimous consent to do it, I mean, just,
okay,
there's no.
seems to be unanimous.
Okay.
So the next item is for staff communication, including commission updates. Ms. Kith?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For staff communication this evening, I'm going to turn that over to the assistant to a city manager to give us an update.
Good evening, again, Madam Mayor and Council. So we have a few items to present to you today for our update. The first is an update on our San Fernando Together initiative. We have a food distribution coming up this Friday. Sorry, losing my voice. On October 24th at Rec Park, multipurpose room from 11:30 to 12:30. We also had an update on the Mexican Concert on Wheels program. We had our opening ceremony last week. Thank you all to all of you who attended. It was a great event. That service is currently going to be available as currently approved at the San Fernando Regional Pool Conference Center until November 1st. Additionally, our Empower San Fernando 5th Entrepreneurship Workshop is going to be tomorrow night from 6 to 8 at the City Council Chambers. That is the final workshop of that series. We have their Dia de los Muertos Cultural Festival on October 25th, this Saturday, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Additionally, on October 25th, we have our Discover San Fernando monthly food event. That'll be the first event right out front of our City Council Chambers from 5 to 9 p.m. Additionally, we have our City Council Special Community Recognition Meeting Celebration event, very long title, coming up next Monday, October 27th at 6 p.m. As we had last time, there will be light refreshments served after the meeting. Thank you.
Wait, Madam Mayor, there's one more update. I want to also say thank you to our housing coordinator, Kenya Marquez, and Will for putting together a grant application to our Housing and Community Development Department at the state. We got notification that we received a $5 million grant to, thank you to staff for the hard work on that. The $5 million grant will help fund our first-time home buyer program. It'll be our city program and a home rehab program. And it's going to be probably almost an even split between the two. So we'll be coming back to council on that fairly soon as we get everything finalized with the state. Thank
Quick
you.
question. Can I ask a question? Are we allowed to determine how we want it split? I know you had submitted it as 50-50, but it never came before council. Are we able to do like 90-10 or has to say 50-50?
I'll turn that to Will, since he's working on that grant application.
Sure. So they've actually provided us with specific allocations for each. So I can check and confirm, but one is 2.75 and the other is 2.25. So they've as of currently set it as that's the scope, 2.7 for one, 2.25 for the other. We could always go back and request a scope change though.
Based on our, they set it based on our request to them or just based on their own parameters?
Based on our eligibility for each.
Oh, based on
and
our
it's part of our
okay, that's fine.
consideration through the housing coordinator.
It is what it is. Okay, that's still very good though, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I want to say this is a job well done because this is something that we've been working for a few years now to get HCD to approve that application for us. And they never agreed to approve it or even let us submit because we don't have the qualification to submit the application. So we're able to partner with Habitat LA to submit for the application. Thank you. Oh, that's it. And I want to say thank you to council for entrusting me to be the next city San Fernando for city manager for San Fernando. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Next item is General City Council Board Member Commission comments and liaison updates. Councilmember Garcia.
So since our last meeting, I think all of us attended the San Fernando Police Department's National Night Out. Thank you for all your hard work to our police department. I know our public works is working there too, and our rec staff always. I thought it was a great event, and it was really great to see all the community and our police officers and professional staff and reserve officers and interacting together. I'm really so grateful for our 2 reserve officers that were former school police. They're great. They're at all over there. I'm pointing. They were there earlier. Remember? They're just really at all our events, and they love it. They're really good with kids. I have young children, and they're like, oh my gosh, we're school police. We love hanging out with kids. Or they were. So that's working out really well. I attended the Well Untapped Fellowship. We went up to Sacramento, and I learned a lot about both sides of the Delta Conveyance Project. So I'm also looking, there's a council member from Stockton who's in my cohort, and we're looking on bringing some more information back to our communities. They are very opposed to the project, and we're a member of the Metropolitan Water District who was promoting the project. So that is very interesting dialogue, and I'm just trying to learn. I attended Antelope Valley Coalition Against Human Trafficking, which is really good. I mean, they have law enforcement, they have a new Lancaster Police Department, they had a special agent from the FBI attending, and a lot of churches and community groups. So Department of Children and Family Services. So I think that was a great model of seeing how the agencies and law enforcement and just community partners work together. So I'm using that as a model for what I'm hoping to do out here. I'm on the executive board of the California Contract Cities Association. We had our October board of directors meeting where we got a legislative report. We had a lot of disappointing bills that passed. As we know, SB 79, we're still waiting to see what happens with that, how San Fernando might be affected, and just other bills, public safety bills that never quite make it out of committee. I attended the Mexican Consulate on Wheels program. It was amazing. I did not know that our aquatic center could look like that. It looked like a government office. Like it looked like it was meant to be. And the consulate staff was so excited to be there. It was packed house. I walked in, like seeing people I knew. Even Congresswoman Luz Rivas's representative was like, "Oh, my tia's down there." It's like everyone was using the services. I was like, "Hey." So that showed it was a great need, and we're a great city to host it in. Like we don't have the traffic and congestion that other cities, surrounding cities have, and we had parking, and it's just beautiful. Like I mean, I'm proud to be representing the city. We maintain our city well, and so I think it also gave everyone, all the clients, everyone who needed those services, like the dignity of I'm going to get these services for my country in a beautiful location and in a professional location. And then he did say to the deputy consulate that like this is the only location where they haven't had like the cancellations, I think he said, or the like we're fully booked, and that hasn't happened in their other Los Angeles locations. So it was just a very joyful day and really fun. I also got to do Principal for a Day with Director Julio Sada. We both did it together. Thank you for letting me. I was initially scheduled to be with elementary, and LAUSD changed it. But, you know, it was Mission High School, the continuation school at San Fernando High School. And sweetest kids, like so sweet. I think we were just like fell in love with them, fell in love with the principal. She's hilarious. She just has a passion for her students. Yeah, I'm like wearing their T-shirt right now that they gave us for. She's like, I think she's a survivor of breast cancer, and I got to meet like a young mother who had a baby, and guess what? She gets to come because of their flexible program. She gets to come right back, and all the staff and all the students were so happy that she was there supporting her. And so I know our director's looking into like how can we, you know, maybe provide diapers for these young moms or car seats because you can't donate car seats; you have to get them brand new. So just supporting our surrounding community. We got to see there was someone who was, he said, wrongfully incarcerated for 30 years, teaching the kids meditation practices and very responsible, like very like, okay, think about it, first stop, think about it, what are the consequences, and then act. Like I was like, this is good. And just a deep breath. So it was they have a garden. They gave us vegetables. So there's a lot of opportunity to collaborate with our local community, and it was just a lot of fun. So I got to also learn about our director, a little bit more about him, and so it was a great experience. So those are my reports. Those are my
Councilmember Lopez.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the mayor, the council, and our staff to make it happen, the Mexican Council. Sometimes when I bring things to the council, sometimes it's hard to see it, the big picture. But now they're there, and I see all the families, they're taking advantage and be afraid to get to get the papers. You know, that make me really emotional because I see it, you know, before like the Mexican Council in Los Angeles, you know, it was a full. And after there was like at the beach show in MacArthur Park, a lot of people are afraid to go there. So to have the Mexican Council here, you know, and now they're happy to be here. And I feel like this is the first time for the far I remember 40 years that we have the Mexican Council here. And hopefully, you know, maybe this is just one opportunity to bring the Del Salvador Council, Guatemaltecos, Nicaraguenses. Even when I wasn't in the council, I invite, at the time I believe Council Mayor Mendoza was the mayor at the time. We invite that the Congress representative from El Salvador. So hopefully one day we can invite the president from El Salvador, and you know they can come here and see, you know, how our beautiful city, you know, take care of their own in our city. So that makes me so happy and grateful for everybody who took part on this. I know Mr. Salcedo, you know, I was so passionate about it, right? To make it happen this year, not next year. So thank you so much for all the effort and, you know, taking the time to go to Santa Rosa and to the other church with our city manager, Kanika. So it took a few time to make it happen, but now it's here. I just want to say thank you to one of the two ladies that they give me the card for the job fair, Catalina and Becky. The AJCC and you know, some of my friends there say they are amazing. They help them to get into our city, and that's what I look forward. You know, be open to new nonprofits, be open to new business, especially the ones that don't speak English. You know, I wish our city be more friendly because there are people here that pay taxes and they're good people. They just need the opportunity, you know, to be part of our city because it's hard. It's so hard to navigate the government system. And sometimes when, you know, you don't have the knowledge and you didn't born here, you know, for some folks it's easy to say, oh no, you have to do A, C, and D. But for immigrants like myself, it takes double or triple time to do things, make it happen. But we're here, and I just want to say to some of the comments they make in public. Not everything that we do here is to get in the political game, because sometimes if I just talking for myself. When I do things and I know I'm gonna get hit, I'm willing to take the price. Sometimes people are happy how we vote. Sometimes they are not happy, but we're not here to make just one person happy. Our responsibility is to support the business, the residents. And sometimes when I see the budget, that is go to another direction, I get disappointed. But I know that majority of our college here has the responsibility to look really careful how we spend our money. So thank you so much for, I feel like now the council, even though we don't agree on every single issue, we more open to listen and to work. And that's all my final comment.
Councilmember Fajardo?
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Lopez for the incredible event with the consulate. I heard simply wonderful things about it. Unfortunately, I had to work and couldn't make it, but it was, I think, that one of the best events that we've had recently, and people are very thankful for it. It reached a constituency that very much needs those services. And I think that sometimes we forget how hard it is just for people to get to distant places. I know that I have a couple of friends who, travel 2 or 3 hours a day for jobs that don't even pay very well, and they spend a lot of time commuting. So to have something that improves people's lives so close, it's absolutely, wonderful. And I hope that we can see more of that. And again, it's a very unique recommendation that you have. I don't recall any council member bringing up anything like that or anything close to that. So very impressive. And congratulations to you and to the city for that. With regards to today's discussion with the mall, I think that despite there being strong words, I think it's actually a very healthy discussion to finally have this in the open. I think that for a number of years, there has been kind of this back and forth and ad hocs and, city managers saying this, certain staffers doing that. And this is the first time that in a while that we've had a pretty thorough city council discussion on the item. I know that Councilmember Lopez and I will work on the ad hoc, but at some point sooner than later, I would like the city council as a whole to make a decision. I still do believe that this meeting showed that association does not serve the same purpose that it used to. And there are many people who feel that their interests aren't represented. And so I hope that we can empower those people financially, let them keep more of their tax dollars and more autonomy over how they market their businesses. While I'm open to other recommendations, and I'll always be open-minded to new information that comes forward, that's at least a value that I hold today, and I hope that we can take that action at a subsequent meeting. Other than that, thank everyone for their time, and it's almost, Christmas.
Vice Mayor Solorio?
Yeah, I think I just want to say thank you to Will and to Kenya for all the work that you guys have put into that grant proposal. That money is going to make a huge difference to a lot of people, and it's going to change their lives. So thank you for the hard work that you've put in, Will. And please share our thank yous with Kenya as well.
It seems like everyone's been pretty busy, staff and council members, and there's been a lot of work. But, I want to thank everyone for all your efforts and all you do to keep the city moving, and for your support in making us look good, because what you do, your efforts make us look good. And I truly appreciate it. And, in terms of the Mexican consulate, one of the things that really that he said that really stayed in my mind was that the people feel safe when they're here. They felt safe, and I felt, that made me feel really special that about City San Fernando. And I feel it's also a reflection of Chief Valdez and his police officers and, the entire police department and how, they conduct themselves here in the city. So anyway, I just thought that, it was just a good feeling that they do feel safe. And I think we all do because of our police department. We just want them to patrol a little more, but anyway. But if there's no other further discussion, this meeting is adjourned.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
for this meeting, I believe.
Oh,
you
and
were-
I forgot. I unadjourn it. Unadjourn and
It's in Robert's rules somewhere.
someplace. Put that in your book. Put that in your book, Joel. For our next meeting on
November 10th.
November
So
10th.
you're adjourning this meeting to our next regular meeting.
Our next regular
for
meeting,
November 10th at
November
6 p.m. here.
No, the procedural manual, we've been doing it wrong all these years. The procedural manual says that we also have to state the location for it to be valid. So we will be adjourning to November
To
10th.
the here city, at the
At
city council.
Chambers,
hall,
that's the
council
actual way we're
chambers.
supposed to be doing it supposedly.
And
Yeah.
we'll make sure that appears in the notice of adjournment, which we're required to do under the Brown Act.
Thank you. So given that, this meeting is adjourned.